Now, Eric, you ain't gonna get no sound if you don't plug the microphone in. That's rule number one in microphone class. Okay, let's go back to the start. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Now it's starting right now. Oh, Lord, carry me home, sweet Jesus. Let me tell you, you think it's easy? Spend all day out in the fields, slaving away, trying to make Mindy shorts. You crazy. You think a Bangladeshi sweatshop is hard? Try being a part of Mindy's Club. Just try to imagine for 1 second what it means to have real problems, Bobby. Real problems. Like, oh my God, why is there a plane flying overhead? It's making noise. Real problems. Like, oh my God. Why won't those geese stop honking? I'm trying to make a video. Real problems. Well, some people are fussing hither and to about amendments of poverty or war. I'm trying to run a goddamn shorts channel over here that has no possibility of ever making any money, except on the off chance I should entice a YouTube executive to point me out as deserving of a reward from a special arbitrary fund. Anyway, despite that, the message here is this is the silly channel, talking to famous people. The serious channel, where I'm doing serious work, is definitely Mindy's Club. When Men Like God said in the last premiere, it's funny how serious Eric takes his adult channel. I was like, that's a funny joke, whatever. And once the week started, I realized he's totally right. I definitely take that channel way more seriously than this one. Why? Because it's popping. It's popping. What were you watching? Oh, the best video. That one. Yeah. Well, it's now I'm committed to the storylines, you know? I'm invested. Like, I need to know that Perry is ultimately going to be okay. He's going to come to terms with the fact that, yes, he keeps getting to hump Tiffany, and yes, every time she wakes up after having blacked out, you know, hungover, and goes like, ew, what are you? You're all slimy and green and gross. Please tell me I did not have sex with you. And he's a sweet guy, but eventually we need to know that Perry is going to have his coming of age moment where he has maybe a monologue. You know, it was hard at first with Tiffany. But one thing she taught me is, no matter how sensitive and nice a guy I am, ultimately, I really like to get my dick wet. And even drunken slut like Tiffany is good enough. You know, we need to get the girls out of, this is a non-linear story arc, so we've got some things happening that don't get finished, and meanwhile, back at the ranch, but it's cutting ahead or forward or back in time. But there is a timeline that's implied by the whole thing. And right now, we're existing in the time after Mindy, Tiffany, Duck Girl and Leaky Leaky Locky completed their participation, Leaky Leaky Locky unwittingly kind of, but completed their participation in the survival show, Three Girls Dropped in the Wild. But we've not actually shown them extricate themselves from that situation, although we did some of the, well, we did some follow-up work today. So, what we learned of the lake today is that, while Mindy and Duck Girl were huddling beneath, like, you know, their leaf blanket that they half-assedly made as they're trying to survive in this hole in the ground kind of thing that Tiffany dug. Well, then, like, the next morning, Mindy wakes up and she discovers that Tiffany is hanging out next to Leaky Leaky Locky, who's drinking a beer for some reason, and complaining about being too hungover to even look at that beer. And of course, Mindy's curious, like, well, when last I saw you last night, Tiffany, you, me, and Duck Girl were shivering, huddling, hoping to make it through another long, hard night here on the survival show. And then when I get up this morning, you tell me you're too hungover to look at even a beer. Well, what the hell happened, you know? And what happened, of course, as Tiffany explains this, oh my God, Mindy, so much happened after you went to bed last night. We've learned that Tiffany is not the smartest tool in the shed, but she knows what she likes, she knows what she doesn't like. She didn't like being woken up by all those big dogs floating on the lake, barking so loudly. They were geese, but close enough, Tiff. Close enough. We get your point. I mean, I could try to detail the, like, you know, basically put the story of Mindy's Club into a more conventional narrative form, which basically be all the stuff that Rachel and I laughed about in the car driving around talking about it. Oh, well, boy, there is going to be you're going to find, well, if you've been keeping up with the most recent episodes, you know that Kendi right now is on the hunt for some dirt to leverage to create drama. She acts super nice, but she's got it in for Mindy. Mindy knows it. And Kendi's been getting a lot of screen time lately because Mindy's been strangely absent, off disappearing someplace. Where's she been? Oh my God, I have to respect the production team's non-disclosure agreement and not offer any spoilers here, because this is incredibly suspenseful stuff we're talking about. Oh, fuck you, Mom. Oh my God, that's so gross. That was like the biggest bong kiss I've ever gotten. I shit you not. It's like, I got a whole mouthful of bong water. Oh my God, that was gross. Well, why does that happen, you know? Because stop fucking clogging. You know? All Derek ever wanted to do in life was make a silicone soap opera. Who would have known? But the thing is, it's true, but what I didn't realize is the only way I'd be able to make it is if I was artificially constrained to scenes no longer than 15 seconds long. It's the most liberating constraint I've ever encountered since metered verse. I mean, it's probably more liberating than that. All of a sudden, whatever my idea is, most of it goes out the window because, and then even more goes out the window in the editing. So it's like shorts have this incredibly compressed logic or mechanics to them. You can have a super boring 6 seconds or a really poppy 6 seconds. It's strange. Like, who would have thought, you know, 6 seconds could be that dramatically different from this 6 seconds? Make a huge difference whether you time it a little bit this way or a little bit that way. In other words, it's tailor-made for me to get to actually do some NI. It's almost like willful conscious NI because it's structurally eliminated my bias towards NE. I'm wondering how you have restrained from buying something. Oh, Christine, Wesley's mom did not restrain herself from buying something. Where do you think Kevin came from? Where do you think Perry came from? And where do you think Sasquatch came from? They didn't just show up nice, like articulating, posable dolls like that. Do not show up in the cheap bags at the Sabres where I get my dolls. Okay. I was like, ooh, this might be the favorite thing that Mrs. Mom ever sent me. Godzilla? And this green guy? And Sasquatch? And they stand up on their own and everything? Oh my God. I need these guys. I didn't know I needed them, but I totally do. But did you see what happened with his mom? So it's not. This is not all pure thank you. There's a little bit of, hey, watch it as well. I don't know if you saw the short on the main channel here at TWFP, but that Squatch started trying to run game on Rachel. I shit you not, right in front of me. He thought he was going to try to get on her, you know? They got no sense of decorum, the Sasquatches. No respect for your lady, right? Maybe in their Sasquatch cultures, they all just share with each other or something, but it's not how it works here in human society, Squatchy. So you better watch it. I saw you looking down her shirt. Like, couldn't you have interviewed the Sasquatches ahead of time, Winston's mom, to make sure you sent me a gay one? That would have been thoughtful. Now I gotta keep an eye out, because it's like, I didn't know what's gonna happen tomorrow morning. I'll wake up, roll over. Like, what's that? And Sasquatch will be in bed with me. Like, hey, what have you been doing? Why are you here? I left you outside. Sasquatches are sneaky like that. They can make your electronics stop working. They can hide in trees, and they can phase through doors like ghosts. I learned today that TFW means that feeling when, and I was delighted to have a chance to. Well, that's fine, Master Bobby. If the Squatch Winston's mom has sent me were gay, and he had a lot of activity with the other cast members, that's fine. I just don't want him hitting on my girl, you know. This is FI, dog. This is not TI stuff. This is FI. This is about what matters to me, dog. Okay? So it matters to me. I don't care how many gay Male hot squatch break as long as it isn't this gay male couple's hot. Yeah. No, I would have had to forget the P and be momentarily dyslexic. So, yeah. It turns out that in Squatch culture, shockingly, I was shocked to learn this, that homosexuality does correlate with a likelihood to molest. So, and that way Squatches are a little different than we people, but I know, darling. I know you weren't encouraging him. That's what I'm saying to Mrs. Mom. This guy's a real dog. He's a real player. He told me today, when you weren't around, he said, don't hate the player, hate the game. I said, hey, I'm about 5 seconds away from throwing you in the middle of this fucking lake. So I think I got through him. But ever feel like you're a really old baby? No. I feel like I'm a really tall baby. I don't really feel tall, I guess. I think I'm a really tall baby. I emote that I'm a really tall baby. Oldness is for people who are susceptible to that kind of thing. I'm not susceptible to that kind of thing. I have defeated oldness. I battled it at some point. I've been battling it for a while now, but at some point in the last year or two, I genuinely defeated it. Like, it shall never, I can tell now, I feel comfortable, there's no stress about it. It shall never, oldness shall never win the war for my hearts and minds. Okay? It never shall. I won't allow it. I mean, I couldn't allow it. It wouldn't even make sense for me to consider allowing it. That would be as though oldness were happening without my informed consent or something. It doesn't work like that. Stranger in a strange land is homophobic. Margaret Valentine Smith is told not to share water with homosexuals. Well, I mean, just because somebody in the book is homophobic doesn't mean the book is, although it might be, you know. Have I seen your rope swing tree, Rachel? Actually, Rachel and I saw that the other day in the woods, Jeremiah Fix. I got a little video of it. It is the most death trappy looking thing I have ever seen. Who's another cancel culture victim? Are you telling me that Robert Heinlein's been canceled? I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure that if you asked 99 cancel culture people, advocates, who Robert Heinlein was, 99 of them would not know. You'd have to ask the full 100 to get one who did. Yeah, it's written by Robert Heinlein. I mean, I'll tell you what's like offensively SIist to me is Fahrenheit 451. Offensively SIist, I would call it. Like, talk about fetishizing the past at the expense of any responsibility for ideating yourself. That's the central message of that. It's like, when I reread that, that's like rereading things being older and going, what the fuck is this? This is not what I remember reading before, you know. It's presented in schools and stuff as this like anti-censorship book, right? But it's it censored your Bigfoot story? Look, whether you call it a penis or a foot, the thing that dangles between your legs, and like God, is nevertheless a private thing you're supposed to not show people pictures of. And also, showing people a picture of your penis after you've told them you're about to tell them a Bigfoot story is fundamentally deceptive. It's like, it's fraudulent. They're expecting one thing, you're giving them something entirely different. David Bowie's Station to Station is one of the best love songs. Changed my mind. I'm not familiar with that song. But I suspect I will listen to it now. Yeah. Oh no, no, Master Bobby, you're wrong. You're wrong. Winston's mom could tell the book was homophobic because as soon as she put it down, she's like, oh my God, I smell so much like I hate gays now. Wait a second, I do. Where did that come from? Oh, Robert Heinlein, did you make me homophobic? And she thought she heard the muffled voice of an old white man saying, yes, I did. And that's how Winston's mom was made homophobic. Why do I hate these scissors so much? That's a good one, Jeremiah. Thanks. That's a good one. I almost made a scissoring joke to Rachel's lesbian friend today, but then I remembered that like it was not a good time for it. But she was calling, having a serious conversation with something that was really frustrating for her, dealing with these people who were basically not letting her deal with things in ENTP ways successfully. It's her ENTP friend. I'm not certain. I think there's a possibility maybe she's ESTP. I haven't talked to her that much. Put it this way, I haven't listened to her that much, and I haven't asked her questions that much in order to be sure. I think she is an ENTP, but she's not as habitually fancy in her talking as I am. And she doesn't know anything about cognitive functions, which I realized how her friend Jen, Rachel's friend Jen, okay? So when I said to Rachel's friend Jen today on the phone, if that's how your employers are going to be dealing with this, then you need to use the same approach, basically, and say, I know he's a nice boy, but I'm a nice lady, and I don't like the way having to police him as a coworker all the time makes me feel. I feel bad. And it was, I could almost hear the like the guy at the lookout tower go and wave a flag, and then everybody's supposed to scramble around and go, wait, I don't see this on any of the maps. What is this thing? What is this? What is this? And of course it's, wait, how could my feelings possibly be relevant to anything? Wait a second, I think he's right. I could use this. I could say potentially, you should stop because I don't like how it makes me feel. That's very tricky. There was that kind of like I mean, it didn't sound anything like that. But what I'm saying is, this is the intuitive picture I'm painting about what happened to her epistemologically there, because it had never occurred to her and no one ever told her. You know what? You can use those arguments too. You can be arbitrary and say, you should listen, you should give me more weight to what I'm saying because I'm having strong feelings here. And I advised her to position it as, look, I'd resent you less if you fired him and made me do all his work than if you persist in the status quo. That should tell you something. One, that yes, I do resent you and this, and I'm having a lot of big feelings about it. And I'm so well justified in those that I'd actually resent you less if you devoted fewer resources to helping me at work and assigned more work to me in the same bundle. So, yeah. But then, what ultimately happened, after I spent a little bit of time sort of feeling this triggery kind of empathy, because I've dealt with Laura Lynn at Kudos. And so I've been there, with bosses that are not communicating in ways that are conducive to a happy employer-employee relationship for you. Whether they are with others is a different question, but I was like, I started getting mad on her behalf, right? Even though I don't know the woman, don't know anything about the thing, it resonates with me enough to make me mad. See, this is why they make this one the cheap one, probably. Is this the cheap one? No, this is actually not the cheap one. Or maybe it is. This probably is, because it's only at 22%, whereas this one's at... Oh, yeah. This is the cheap one. So, they had this deal today where you buy 2 of these. These are both really good. And you get a third one for free. So it says on the sign, buy 2 Lowell 8s, get a third for free. But the only kind of 8 you can get for free is this one. So, in other words, buy 2 good Lowell 8s, get a shitty Lowell 8th for a penny. That's really the deal. That's what they should say right on the sign. And this, as soon as I opened and pulled the first button out, I'm like, oh, this is markedly worse than the other 2. And the funny thing is, Rachel and I both feel very positively about this brand. It's very consistent, very good. And this doesn't make me feel more negatively about the brand. It makes me actually think even maybe more positive about it. Like, they must have realized at Lowell that these 8s aren't that good. So they just figure, like, well, give them away if you buy 2 good 8s. Just give them away. That makes me trust the company a lot, right? They recognize that this isn't up to their normal standards. They don't want to dilute the brand cred that they get, which is to say, what do you pay for when you buy a specific brand by name? Consistency. You know what you're gonna get, and that's a not ubiquitous commodity in weed. Okay, let's see. What I am missing that is preventing me from doing what I'm trying to do conceptually is my mouse. Oh my god, why does this clog like every time I pull a bar out? want to tell her right now. Let me look for my mouse so I can scroll up. There it is. Boo, Eric, boo, boo, Eric. Why do you constantly fail at lots of little things? Alright, let's move up here and see what's going on in the town called Talking with Famous People town. Winston's mom says, at Jeremiah Fix, when I was being schooled in politics, the Republicans were about states' rights and Democrats were big government. I consider myself socially liberal and fiscally conservative, still do. Back in the day, the gays had to be in the closet. This was not on my mind when I was reading the book the first time. I was a child, so adults talk mystery law, grok symbology. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Winston's mom, that weird obliviousness there's got to be a certain year around when that gets cut off, but I know what you're talking about too. Like, you know, when I was 10, 12, 14, like in there or whatever, I had no idea that those heavy metalers dressed in all those leather and spikes and studs were homosexuals. I had no idea at all. I just thought like that was tough or something, I guess, or they were trying to be tough. I didn't really buy into the toughness of it, but I had no idea that Queen was not just a straight rock band like them all. That if somebody to love me, somebody to love me. Of course, in my mind, I'm imagining Freddie Mercury with a woman. Even like Culture Club. I was like, wow. What's up with that guy? I wonder why he dresses so. I mean, it's kind of pretty girlish, you know? I mean, it's like, I wouldn't want to dress like that. How does he get chicks? I mean, like a Wham, for example. I didn't understand that the people in Wham were gay. People didn't understand that Liberace was gay. That's how oblivious people were back in the day. I remember when when AIDS first came around, it came into existence, and I asked my mom, I started having this irrational fear that I had AIDS. And it kept bothering me a lot. And I kept coming up with all these various possible ways in which I could get AIDS. That I could imagine one could contract AIDS, and how I'd probably contracted it by then. After all, I had had a blood transfusion some 7 years prior to the emergence of AIDS. So I could have gotten it from that. And, you know, basically that was my main legitimate worry. I knew I hadn't had any sexual intercourse, and I knew that it was linked to that, but I didn't trust that because, look, if your dick can give me AIDS when it's outside of its pants, who knows what it's gonna do? It might be able to still figure out a way to give me AIDS from inside your pants. I'm not sure. So I was kind of confused about it, and so I asked my mom, and it's an occasion I remember, and very starkly, because when I think about it now, I realize exactly what I did, although somehow I didn't really realize it at the time. I went in there wanting my mom to lie to me. I wanted her to tell me explicitly that it was impossible for me to have AIDS because of some factor that eliminated it from being a possibility. And she did. She told me, it's not possible for you to have AIDS. Only people from Haiti have AIDS. That's what she told me. And I was like, whoa. Okay, fine. I know for sure I'm not from Haiti. And if only people from Haiti can get AIDS, then I'm fine. Because I couldn't logically eliminate the possibility that I had AIDS, I went to my mom, and somehow, I don't remember how the conversation went, I just remember her telling me that in this huge sense of relief. I went to my mom and said, I can't logically deduce that I definitively, necessarily do not have AIDS. Can you please give me a false premise so that I can? Can you please, with your authority, make the issue of the truth of the premise you present irrelevant by virtue of your authority, so that then I can apply that premise logically to conclude that I don't have AIDS? How fucking stupid is that? Oh my God. I also remember another kind of one of those things was, there was a time period when I was really worried about nuclear war. And then my mom said to me, well, but Eric, if you die in nuclear war, it's like, so does everybody else too. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Like, in other words, what I was really worried about nuclear war was me dying and shit continuing to go on without me, right? I wasn't really worried about nuclear war in and of itself, or even my own death. I just want to make sure that, look, remember, I'm the main character here. So when I die, the show's over, everybody dies, we're all done. There's nothing else to do because I'm the main character. The book ends, that's it. It's over then. For everybody, all the characters in the story. So, as long as you can reassure me that the thing I'm worried about will comprise an ending for everybody, then apparently I don't care about it anymore. I guess that's what the lesson is. Oh, the reason I was asking that, actually, I'll explain Fly Guy so you know what I'm talking about here, what she's talking about. In this earlier premiere, Boba Fett had meant to put JF, I think, maybe, for Jeremiah Fix. He'd meant to put JF, but he'd accidentally put FG. And then I said, is Fly Guy here? Because I thought to myself, maybe I accidentally made it so I can't see him by pushing the wrong thing or whatever. And then Boba Fett clarified, no, that was a mistyping on my part, a mistypo. Not exactly a typo, but I typed the wrong two letters, basically. And I meant to say, yeah. And so that's why Fly Guy came up earlier. And it's also kind of an SI bias, right? It's another example of the same kind of SI bias I talked about in that video earlier about the bag in the car. Anyway, were you there, Master Robbie? If so, that would make sense if you were there. If you weren't there, then that would not make sense. Regardless of what he meant to put, yeah. So, right, these other SI bias. So when he puts the wrong two letters there, this is NE versus NI. What could that mean? Who's he referring to? I don't see anybody whose name starts with FG. But I know somebody whose name starts with FG, which is Fly Guy. So, oh gosh. Did I do something? Is that why I can't find my lighter? I must have moved it. I must have. Normally when I see FG, that means Fly Guy's here. I don't see Fly Guy. I must have accidentally pushed the invisibility thing. Oh. This is SI bias, right? It's like everything is me centered. And so when I see somebody else make a mistake, but there's no clear indication that is definitive that says, ooh, that's check that, I meant yeah, or something like that, then I'm going to assume they didn't make a mistake, because after all, that's part of that, not part of me. So why would I be doubting that? I can't know that anyway, so why bother? That's the SI frame of reference, right? Rachel and I are having a great time lately. What I mean by that is, we have a really good relationship. Like, it's one of those things that, it goes from aspirational almost always to reality check. It's hard to know what to do with the opposite when it goes from aspirational to, oh, I can't believe I used to hope for those, that at least they won't fuck up the birthday party in this way. I can't believe I can't believe my bar used to be so low. I can't believe I aspired to so little. It's like you go from aspirational, like, this is a good relationship, blah, 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 saying all the right things and going through the motions of being in a good relationship, and dreaming one day that your partner will know how to fake properly like you, so that you two can successfully go through the motions without problems, like, that's the goal, the dream, the ultimate gold standard for a relationship is you both successfully fake being in a happy relationship, so much so that you don't encounter any problems. Is actually a very high standard, okay? If you're comparing that standard against almost anybody's relationship. Because almost no relationship is allowed to have no problems. The world compels problems onto the relationship in some fashion. Not always. Obviously, I'm not saying like that's what the world's role is. I'm just saying nobody can avoid some pressure on a relationship by some outside force. It is the case that when people other than you and your significant other have any impact, influence, pull, whatever relationship with you, that those third parties can put pressure on your relationship based on how they act. Or in other words, that they're pressuring you because of the way this relationship has affected this relationship. And that's when that happens, that pressure unavoidably gets put onto this relationship as well. So the thing is, what happens if there isn't any pressure on the relationship? Like, in other words, it's not that others don't apply pressure, it's that it doesn't manifest as that in the relationship. There's a genuine, there just aren't fractures about anything because there's such agreement with the overarching frame. And so it's like, imagine if you were to have a situation where you had an ENTP and an INFJ, and somehow magically the world made it such that the ENTP could play all day long in ways that were as inclusive of his significant other as he felt like, while being, well, for the INFJ, provide the same kind of magical life where no actual utility is expected of her, and people delight to realize how useful she's actually being. Just imagine, the point here is every personality type is a plant in this analogy, okay? Some personality types are orchids, which is to say, it really can't get too cold, it really can't get too dry, it really can't get too hot. It really needs to have this kind of soil that drains a lot, but it also needs a high amount of nitrogen, so it needs fertilizer a lot, and you've got to water it frequently, but have very good ventilation to make sure that the roots don't stay wet. So the thing is, with orchids, instead of people, we've so standardized the process of optimizing their environments that you can buy a beautiful, fully in bloom orchid at your local grocery store for $7.99. But nobody ever even dreams of attempting to do the same thing for people. I'm an orchid. Rachel's an orchid. We don't deserve to be orchids. Or, let me put it this way. I said that wrong. Just because we're orchids doesn't mean anybody's obligated to provide us a hot house with a neurotic Japanese gardener tending to our every need. Nobody is obligated to give that to us. And to the extent that we want to attain that environment, we have to attain it ourselves. Unless we just are there when we woke up. We were just there when we woke up, and we never really had to leave the hot house. At least this half of it. And now I'm like, well, what do you mean cold weather? You're an orchid too, right, Rachel? What is this cold weather you're talking about? Outside? Below 70 degrees? Oh, what kind of barbarians are these? Get over here. Get over here into my hothouse where we've got a proper Japanese gardener, for fuck's sake. Oh, jeez. Okay, now we can be orchids. Somebody else I'd be like, You mean lazy babies living at your dad's house? Where he's gotten in the habit now, though this was never the deal at all, okay? Of every day putting more and new food that he gets at the grocery store into our fridge. And the reason is, I think there's two reasons. One, he loves us. He loves me. He loves us. You know, I don't know if I have to also say that. But number two, I think it's just an activity he enjoys doing. Like, sometimes it's like, Dad, the freezer is packed full of meat. And we don't eat the amount of food out of the fridge that you expect us to, apparently. We eat a lot of McDonald's, sometimes we're lazy first. So instead of barbecuing this brisket, we're going to eat beans from a can tonight. Because we're in the middle of something and we don't want to think about that. So I don't tell him all this, but this is the reality, right? So, but I have had to tell him before, Dad, hold off on getting enough more meat, please, for just a little bit, because I cannot fit anything else into this freezer, and this is gonna go bad. I'll cook this tonight, and I'll cook this, but then, I've had to say that to him before. But so, okay, back to the point that we're orchids who are coddled like babies. So what happens if you actually get that? This impossible thing. Now, if you get this from birth as an individual, you are turned into spoiled garbage. I was not a spoiled child. If anybody thinks I was a spoiled child, you're crazy. I was my dad's son. So I had a lot of work to do, I painted a lot of apartments. I fucking swept up a lot of driveways. I mowed a lot of lawns. I edged a lot of lawns. I raked a lot of leaves. And I also went on vacations I didn't want to go on, right? That's the thing. Well, but here's the good part, Eric. You got to go to Hawaii. No, I had to go to Hawaii. I wanted to stay home and play with my friends. So, you get screwed both ways, frankly. Except to say that there's anything screwed about my life is the epitome of appalling privilege, right? Regardless. So let's say you're not spoiled initially, but then you're fully enabled later on, such that you don't have to worry about being planted in the wrong place, like almost everybody does. Very few people are planted in the right place. Some plants are more durable than others. If you are, let's say, ESFJ, you're pretty adaptable to different kinds of soil, probably, because NI matters such as there's not enough shade here will just be sort of, I can't figure out why I can't fix this unfixable thing. So they're a more durable kind of plant than, say, need to be the right INFJ. But regardless of what kind of plant you are, you're going to be most productive and bountiful when you're most coddled, provided it happens at the right time of your life. You can't undo a failure to instill character at the right age. So, if you've got a child, which my father did, who was naturally prone to not being a person of character, which I was, then it's critically important that the environment not permit that, enable it, encourage it, or otherwise ignore it, or anything like that, right? It's got to check that shit with the heel of a boot for arbitrary reasons. Because ultimately, you can't be bad, and it's for arbitrary reasons. So, eventually, you come to own these things in much more complicated ways than that. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's still the same thing. You can't be bad, and it's for arbitrary reasons. And if you don't learn that lesson early enough, it's for arbitrary but legitimate reasons. If you don't learn that lesson, then you'll be broken for life if you don't learn it at some point early on, right? If you don't get checked, if your parents don't care enough, then you're fucked. But the thing is, if you do get that, so you have what they call in the furniture restoration business good bones. Then you got good bones, and then you go through life and you get beat to shit. The surface of you look like shit. Everything gets all dirty, right? But if you still got those good bones, then if you get in the right hands, as I'm mixing my metaphors wildly here from furniture restoration to horticulture and back again. But regardless, if you get in the hands of the right Japanese gardener and put in the right soil and everything, and all the conditions are met, then all of a sudden you start flourishing. Well, then you see oh my God, I didn't know this kind of plant produced edible fruit. Well, only under very select conditions does it actually do this, but yeah, it does. You get to see shit like that. Like, what is this? Is this like a magical ESP or something? No. This is an ESP who's taken care of properly. Unlike every other instance of the species that you see, pretty much. It's like, because if we were all plants, there'd be gardeners who would either be good or bad at taking care of us. But we're not plants. But still, the analogy holds. The point is, people underestimate the amount of matters, well, they commit the fundamental attribution bias about a lot of things. They underestimate the extent to which the circumstances are determinant, and they overestimate the extent to which their own agency is determinant. In other words, they give themselves too much credit and too much blame. Lily of the valley, come to me now. I will change your name to Sally, and your species into cow. Now you're Sally of the cow. How does it feel to have changed now? Lily of the valley is no more, and Sally of the cow has the floor. That's corrupt. Don't deny. Who cares if he got it from what? He's not like anybody's keeping score of I snuck that past everybody. They thought that was me. It really was this other thing. I mean, anybody who had any FE, if they realized that it happened, they'd be like, that's a liability, because now I'm going to have to clarify next time. I hope you didn't think I made that up, because then they're going to hear on this show sometime and they're going to realize, oh, that guy pretended he made that up, but he didn't. I wasn't trying to pretend he did. It's all that FE clusterfuck. So, nobody's trying to do that. Nobody's trying to take credit for quotes that they are getting from things. Like, I'm the guy who said 7 years ago. You don't hear people trying to say, oh, it was Elvis, oh, it was Abraham Lincoln or something. It was Eric who said that, obviously. I'd be a giant hogweed. Hooray. Come and get it, boys. Chuck wagon time. Come on down to the chuck wagon. Hey there, friends. Master Bobby, Boba Fett, Carrot, saunter on over here. Fly guy. Mosey on in. Take a seat here at the bench table. Here at the old Chuck Towns, Chuck How, Chuck Down, Chuck Wow feeding trough. Didn't you call yourself a botanist? Oh my gosh, there's that textbook fly guy wit. Sit down here, you old rascal. What kind of hospitality would you call that? Is that like Texas hospitality, or is it more southern? Hey, Boba Fett, it's been too long. Sit down here, buddy. I got a spot for you right here. Oh, yeah. You gotta tell me what you've been up to. Now I've switched it a little bit, of course. I think I understand why your prescription helps you extrovert all the stuff inside your head. There's a lot going on, and you need a lot of energy to get a lot of warp speed. Clever. Oh, thank you for your complimenting words. They feel nice to me. Sometimes I'm warp speed stupid too, though. I made a socially awkward statement during the phone call today with Jen, which I don't want to go over the specifics of, not because it's just because of why, and I'm talking about more. The point is, I said something that I thought that felt accurately was socially awkward later, and I was cringing at myself and going, "Oh, you Eric! I want to just punch you right there in the 4IT." Okay, I'm going to do different guys, and then you guys tell me who that guy is. Let's play Who is This Guy? Get it. Bobby, come over here. Come here. Now listen. We got a shipment of gold rings, silver platinums, and platinum golds landing at 4 a.m. down by the docks. You listening? You in? You in? Okay. And you have a chance to leave now. If you do not leave now, there's no backing out. Who do you think that guy is? What city might he be from? Now here's a different guy. You can think about maybe that guy. Maybe that guy doesn't trigger any clear. All right, who's this guy? What's this? No, I simply haven't the time. You don't understand. I get you. Like that guy. Who's that guy? What's that guy up to? Or how about this guy? Oh, I really don't know about that. I can see you have a lot of enthusiasm about this, but, I don't know about that. Who's that guy? I know who this guy is. It'd be easy to tell me who this guy is when I give you details instead of just like mood or whatever. Okay, so we just finished with the Iliad, and what I want to do now is talk about some of the primary themes. So, who can tell me something about how the role of travel worked to represent both freedom and a kind of slavery for multiple characters in this book? Yes, you, Judy.
Yes, I think that the movement, it really spoke a lot about how people have either more or less freedom.
Okay, good, good, good. I like where you're going there. Anybody else want to expand on that a bit? Yeah, you, Josh, go ahead. Right. So, I guess what you're saying is, it's like you can't really be free unless you have slaves. Nah, that's not. Well, I love the creativity, but that's not really what we're going for from this one. But keep staying engaged with that work. Okay. There in the back. I haven't heard from you in a while, Martin. Do you have any thoughts? Oh, wow. Well, basically, I think if people are slaves, then they have to, like, do what other people told them. Okay, that's true. That's true. There's a lack of autonomy there, isn't there? A lack of agency. Yeah, there's neither of those. Okay, good. Okay, anybody else? How's this discussion going? Classroom discussions are the dumbest things in the history of the world. Why? Because almost nobody is capable of productively discussing anything. Obviously. Right? All you have to do is think back to one college class you've ever sat through in the liberal arts, and you will agree with me that nobody productively discusses anything in a class discussion. Skooma addicts? Well, I mean, there's also less dumb ones. There's less dumb forms of being dumb. There's less dumb sounding forms of being dumb. Like, yeah, I think what the author was really going for here was it was trying to show us the frame of reference that the women at the time experienced by showing us how the men were acting. They were revealing the inherent bias that underlay the stories of the women who were left behind and left out of this narrative, just as women today are being left out of the narrative. There's that kind of stupid wrong stuff too. I could do that kid. There's all those kind of different kids. That's the problem. None of them know how to talk about anything. The hugest problem that we have in life really is this. Talking about things is way more complicated than flying a jet plane. But we get on board, people's jet planes all the time. They insist they know what they're doing, and they thought that riding a horse was, actually, I thought my horse riding skills were going to transfer over to this better. It's like talking, like communicating information versus talking, right? Like, okay, words do different things in different contexts, and that's fantastic. So most of this live stream so far has been more like, I guess, jokey pia, bantery wah, hey, let's meekity mia. It's been kind of like the Eric Shuck and Jive, right? But then sometimes I shift into, no, And that usually expresses as more or less overtly condescending instruction. So, which of course never plays well epi-wise, but which it's kind of I kind of feel that sometimes the framing issue here is why is Jose, our gardener, arguing with this astrophysicist? And why did he stop? Why did he stop doing the hedges? Walk in here and insist the astrophysicist was wrong because he knows that when you're in Virgo, the planets don't look like that, and these aren't planets. These are data points that we're mapping here. But so Jose thinks that he and this person are colleagues in the field of astrophysics, and that they are having a collegial conversation about it. In reality, the astrophysicist doesn't understand why the gardener's interrupted him, and the gardener is exhibiting a comedic level of Dunning-Kruger, right? So, the thing is, that's discussing things. As far as if discussing things were afforded the same in sort of classification status as astrophysics, then it wouldn't be so disastrously hard to communicate information outside of a classroom. That's one thing I'll say about a classroom, and I don't have much positive to say about a classroom because I don't like them, and I don't like class. I don't like teaching a group. It's well, I mean, it's fine if it's debate because well, because everybody knows why they're learning the things, and there's no hiding if you don't get it or don't make the argument, right? There's no you can't bullshit. So and I don't care, right? It's like, so the reason debate's fine is I teach to the top of the class, and it's a team. So they're captains, and their job is to make sure their less intelligent friends don't fuck this up, basically. So, it's fine then, but I don't like teaching groups because how can you teach a group? The educational process needs to be driven by either circumstantial realities, in other words, there's something that could be understood, that could be taught, and that could be learned that would improve the current situation. Or it needs to be driven by the students. I want to learn this because. It's that first one that YouTube forces me into all the time. It's the second one that's absent from classroom teaching, but at least the kids have an expectation of being taught to, and an expectation that they'll be expected to learn. Now, what I have to teach, the funny thing is, what I have to teach children, I've lost the opportunity to teach adults, and I'm not sure they can learn it sometimes as adults. Some of them can, some of them can't. Which is, first I have to teach children to tell me to go fuck myself. And and how and why to do that, when and how and why to do that. The problem is, if you aren't shown how to do that when you're young, then you develop unhealthy relationships with authority figures. If you're certain types, you need to have a really good relationship with the right kind of authority figure who's saying, this is what a good authority figure acts like and why. Explicitly. It's like things like, this is why I start my classes in middle school, especially when I taught middle schoolers. I start with the lesson on bodily integrity and the negative right to bodily integrity, and I explicitly go through what they could expect in this classroom that neither I nor any of the assistant coaches will ever initiate physical contact with them at all. So no hand on the shoulder, no hand on the arm, none of that shit. You can expect that because for any of, and you should expect it if you're friends too. I'm not telling you what to do. Sometimes, obviously, in a personal relationship, people are more comfortable touching each other or whatever. But in a relationship with purpose like this, an instrumental relationship where we have a job here to do, and additionally with this factor of a authority difference, age difference, whatever, other factors. But regardless, it would be presumptuous. And so because it would be presumptuous, it would be more than presumptuous. It would be violating your bodily integrity rights. So what I want you to know now is that this is should be true for all your teachers and stuff. And if you do have a teacher at some point that's handsy, you should say to them, I don't appreciate your violating my bodily integrity. And they won't ever touch you again. So anyway, now this was before any of that Me Too shit or whatever. The world's a lot more woke now. I don't think I probably need to do that as much anymore. Although I did have that story of that pharmacist at the and the gray-haired lady. If you remember that story, I'm not going to repeat it again, but he was a little handsy. Anyway, I think the world is appropriately and needed to be a lot more woke about that shit. That to the extent that guys were getting away with being gross, not gray bearded, gray haired. She's a young lady, like 22 or something, 23, I don't know. But she's dyed her hair the color of grandma, old lady gray hair. She's dyed it that color on purpose. So anyway, and when I first saw her, it looked cool because it was just done. This last time when Rachel went with me and we saw her, it had grown out some, and it had grown out weird, so it went from gray to yellow to black. It looked strange. Anyway, but regardless, that's the story of the gray-haired lady at the CVS who was the only one who got touched by the pharmacist who was going around and telling people, your break time is, man, right? Talking to him briefly, writing something on a clipboard. Talking to him briefly, writing something to a clipboard. Writing something briefly, till he gets to her, and then he's like, don't forget to take your break. With, the little hand. I don't even remember exactly where he touched her. I think it was on her shoulder or something. But the point was, it was feely, and she didn't seem to react at all to it, like, in any way that I could see. Like, she didn't, like, tense up, but she also didn't, like, And I might have said something, except that total lack of reaction, readable reaction, made me default to, well, maybe they're banging. So in which case, I don't, not my business, you know. Oh God. Oh no. I already don't like Al Franken anyway. Where's his mom? Oh no. Please. Please remove that chat thing that you just put there. It's just, you're bringing, ooh, okay, you're making me feel like Tiffany when she wakes up and she's super hungover and she sees Perry next to her. You're making me feel like, ow, what are you? What's this green thing? What are y'all slimy? What's wrong with you? That's what that whole thing felt like. That's how I imagine Tiffany feels in that moment. That's how I felt about this scene being painted here with these various characters. Each of them was deformed in awful and grotesque ways that poisoned my SE-ness in my eyes. Metaphorically, of course, because words can't poison your eyes. Perhaps my favorite, I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite. There's so many of them, but one of my favorite of the Mindy Club shorts is when like, somebody says, maybe it's Mindy, hey Tiffany, what are you doing? I was doing something, and I saw this gigantic orange. Like the next one she talks about, I can squeeze so many screwdrivers out of this orange. And then the orange appears in like the next like 4 or 5 shorts until finally Candy says, Randall, can you get that orange out of here, please? Oh, it makes me laugh. I don't know why it makes me laugh so much. Making those things, sometimes it's hard to make them because I can't stop laughing as I'm making them because it's just so funny a thing to do. It's so fun. Rachel likes it a lot too. We agree. It's so much fun. I realized also that when I was at the lake today, that I felt a slight sense of like maybe I should try to think about how I'm appearing here for a second. Maybe when I started playing with my dolls at the edge of the lake there. There's all these people all around. I mean, it's very crowded at Benelli Park today. There's like big group of, like a big family of Mexicans listening to like Mexican music on like a boombox right here, over there. And then there were this other family that was like playing with the ducks right there. So it's like people all around. Anyway. And then I got to the side of the lake, and I didn't even have, like Rachel needed to be a good friend to Jen at that moment and sort of finish that conversation. You know what? Look, go do your thing. I'll get the scenes I can get shot without Mindy first right now. And then for like a second, I felt a little self-conscious. I started pulling out my dolls. And then I stopped thinking about it, and I just started getting into my normal routine, thinking about the video and the things they're saying and doing the voices and just not really paying any attention to what anybody else is doing, which is a habit you get in urban settings in general. People can be in fairly close proximity to one another and not really be paying that much attention to what each other are doing. It is sort of practiced attentional homesteading or something. that goes on. But anywho, I wasn't very happy with the material I ended up with from the from Benelli Park regarding with the shorts stuff anyway. And that's because I guess basically most of the time that would have been spent doing that was spent talking with Jen, which I don't regret. It was a fine enough trade-off. I wish I had gotten a little bit more useful stuff in the time that I did spend on it, because I should have spent more time on the TE part in the front end of it, making sure I got a good camera angle and all that kind of stuff. And I kind of realized too late that, I need to zoom more or something. Just a lot of shit didn't really come out that usable. But there is a video that I want to make, which is Rachel and I, before we started making shorts, we went up into the kind of like wild hills part, like it's got trees and flowers and bushes and stuff. And we situated ourselves a little bit off the trail and put 2 cameras up and recorded in one long recording on each of our 2 phones a few successive takes of cloudy day. So I'm hopeful that I can. Now, granted, there's a lot of parts of those that are unusable because, for some reason, I guess probably because it's been designated as such, there's a lot of planes flying really slowly over Benelli Park. Like a biplane. Not actually, we didn't see any actual biplanes, but like planes flying at like that speed, There's this little plane just like creaking along in the sky, taking forever. He comes into audio range or comes around the corner, so that we're up in this little canyon, so the sound of him comes into our canyon right at the bridge, and you go, oh. And you play through it, because you go, well, and you realize, God, he's flying so slow. Oh my Lord, why is he flying so slow? So why does he have to fly so slow and so loud? I don't know if you can fly quiet or fly loud by things that you do differently in the plane, but if that's possible, then he was flying very loudly. But he was definitely flying not that high up, He wasn't 30,000 feet up or anything. Maybe it's flight school. That's possible. He usually speaks to them on the phone. It's us he types to. Who's he? Me? Or somebody else? Do you believe in life after love? Reminds me of this show Office, and a prank where someone slowly added weight to the telephone, then removed it all at once so that the person would hit themselves. But that's so impractical. How do you add weight to a telephone in a way that the person doesn't notice? And to gradually do that day after day after day, it's very impractical. You type all your kids. No. Well, I mean, I'm not in education the way I used to be, where I'd get, crops of new kids coming in every year or every semester, because I was in some structured setting that did that, right? So and I haven't been now since the end of the school year when I was with Kimberly. Kimberly and I went to a tournament at the end at the start of our relationship. Oh, fuck that! Oh my god, that woman was such a nightmare. Oh my lord, what a nightmare. Anyway, the point is, so yeah, she got to do the debate thing. In fact, I think, did we do it twice? Or was that the same trip? Must have been the same trip. Yeah, it was the same trip. Okay, so yeah, we went to nationals, or actually MSTSC, but same thing basically. Although actually it wasn't that year. The MSTSC was a lot smaller. But regardless, it should be. Normally. All things being normal, as they say. This story is completely falling apart. Everything's falling apart. I don't know. Maybe I've lost my way. Maybe I've lost the light. Maybe I've lost the passion, the enthusiasm, the vigor that once infused my pathetic soul, so that I wasn't so completely lost as I am in this moment. Well, why are you so lost? Well, you're going to laugh or cry or both. I cannot seem to find any cigarettes, and I am increasingly coming to the conclusion that I smoked them all, and that's why I can't find any. In which case, it's not that I can't find my cigarettes, it's that I don't have any cigarettes. Now, that's a much more serious matter than I can't find my cigarettes. I can't find my cigarettes just means I exist and I'm looking for my cigarettes right now. Which is like, 20 times a day or so. But I don't have any cigarettes. Now that's a system level problem that needs to be solved by the acquisition of more cigarettes. It is time for a trip to the convenience store. Indeed. Except I'm not actually going to the convenience store, I'm going to the gas station. But convenience store is not a bad guess. It's not really nice, Boba Fett, okay? That is the same, what you're doing right there is what I was doing when I didn't have coffee creamer. Every time. What I do every time I don't have coffee creamer. Okay? Every time I don't have coffee creamer, I do this. I tell those same lies you're telling right now. I say, you know what? I actually like it black. It's this is really good. It's a really nice change of pace. And oh, shit. Lies. All lies. Okay. I will leave the stream going. But you have to find me a reindeer's tail feathers. That's the deal. And we each spit in our hand and then we shook on it. And the police tackled us and said, "You're under arrest for COVID protocol violations." And we said, well, we deserve it. We put the world at risk. We put the world at risk by breathing. Boom, boom, boom. We put the world at risk and everybody's getting sick now. We put the world at rest with you. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to do this, so just wait a second. Wait a second. I'm going to do this. What? Not this one. There. That's better. Now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mute myself. Don't have to listen to my silly old voice no more. I'm gonna put on something wonderful and important for you.
Yeah, it definitely is a big orange you got here, Tiffany.
I can squeeze like so many screwdrivers out of this.
Anywho, I was wondering if you knew any secrets about anybody that I can maybe leverage for drama purposes. What's going on? How you doing?
That's something. And then I was like, this is a gigantic orange.
Yeah, Tiffany, I'm on the same show as you.
I'm on a show?
Yeah, Mindy's Club.
Wait a second. Mindy the Club? Hey, yeah.
I'm Kindy. Yeah, I'm on the show with you.
Oh my gosh, you're on a show?
Oh my god, are you a Sasquatch? I told you exist.
Must keep Sasquatch secret.
Okay, but it's cool if I live stream this though, right?
Tiffany, I told you no shoulder rides.
Get up, Randy.
You're just really not respecting my boundaries. Please explain to your stupid naked friend that I am not a horse.
Oh my god, Tiffany, get down from there. Those spikes are dangerous.
But I don't understand why this horseman guy.
You know, a lot of girls don't really give me a chance. You're a real special girl, Tiffany.
Oh my god, son. Ew, what are you? Please tell me I didn't go down on you. You know that song, I am a man who will wait at McDonald's. Well, that song always spoke to me, because McDonald's does have the best Coke. If I were, like, really Godzilla, that'd be fine, but I'm just a regular guy who looks like Godzilla.
Have you thought about shaving those things on your back?
Those are attached to my body. Hey, Corduroy, you want to see my move? I seen your move, Devin. Don't do it. Yeah. I told you don't do it, damn it. Naturally, the revenues from my international arms trading business have tanked while I've taken on the responsibility of playing the role of myself, Corduroy, here on Mindy's Club. Hi, Tiffany. It's me, Devin. Can you make us sit in the back seat, please? There, that's better. It's fine back here. Come on, gang. Get me in some more scenes. I'm the only one who can do this. Yeah. Oh my god. Why do they always make these things so hard to pull out?
Whatever this place is, I do not think I want to go there.
Are you using a new beak shining product? It looks great.
At least Mindy's cool. Quack. I don't get it. If gas is so expensive, why don't people just put water in their car? Money on a TV show. Everybody seems to forget about me. Quack. It's Darren's turn to drive. Yeah. Okay, let's try it this way, Tiffany. Who's your favorite cast member? I kind of like Doug. Doug's a cameraman, Tiffany. Pretty romantic spot for a picnic, huh? I'm not sure who you are, but I'm kind of getting a lot of dirt in my butt crack right now. You know, being from Malibu is not all fun and games. The traffic on PCH is terrible, and it seems like if you don't do Pilates these days, everybody treats you like scum. I like wearing this checkered shirt at the club nights because it makes me look like a farm girl and guys think I'm approachable. So, what is this again? This is the confessional booth, Tiffany, where you dish what you really think about the other cast members. I can't find my clothes.
Tiffany, get down from there. It's not safe.
But didn't you see the sign? Apparently, my racehorse is up there.
Some ladies are over there making videos just like us.
You know, mostly I've had really great experiences. There is one person, Leaky Locky, is kind of a bitch. I am never trusting Victor Espinosa on any mount again. Tiffany is a stupid naked white girl, and the guy in the suit is like too fancy, and Corduroy is an art dealer, but Mindy's pretty cool though. Hi, I'm Candy, sometimes known as the Evil Mindy. I haven't had any lines yet, but once I do, I've got 2 words for you. Drama. So, wait, why didn't that count? You're supposed to dish other people on the show. Who did I think took my clothes? No, Tiffany. You know, I'm all in favor of diverse casting. It's just that, well, no one actually told me I'd be the only Karen present. Hi, I'm Mindy. I'm the star of the show. I do suffer from abrupt voice change syndrome, so my voice may sound dramatically different in some videos than in others. When Joe became Josephine and switched my pronouns from masculine to feminine, he found us easy to remember. When he copied Joe and switched his first and third person pronouns, he and Joe both experienced way more confusion than when Joe switched mine. Oh, hey there, come on in. I'd stand up to greet you, but I'm way too handsome.
Whee!
Mindy, I can't hold on any longer.
Just jump down, Corduroy. I'll catch you. See, I've been working out. Doesn't it seem like Democrats and Republicans care more about each other than America? Enlightenment just seems like people who aren't doing or saying anything. If I were named Kevin, I'd be so mad at my parents. Sometimes people say I miss the forest for the trees, but aren't forests made of trees? Before the Tower of Babel fell, did everyone speak Babylonian?
When I spin around 3 times, you're guaranteed to have a very magical day. Unfortunately, I just spun twice.
If someone tried giving you the stink eye, you just look them straight in the face. Hey, you tell them, your eyes stink. Never trust a man who's got a lot of hamsters.
Among the most bitter of ironies that comprise my life, I can't even swim. Quack. If you're having a bad day, just remember, at least you're not half duck. Quack. Whenever someone says I'm reading some of that, I just feel like, what?
So, Tiffany, do you have any snappy comebacks for us?
What's a comeback? Making friends is easy. Just smile and wave and say, "Hey there, you! It's me, Mindy!" Whenever somebody says something nasty to me, I just say, "Hey, that's not very nice."
Hello, Corduroy. Let's talk about your goals. There, I achieved my goal. Good for you. You've learned how to speak.
Fisticuffs? Sir, I do not punch poo.
The vulgarity of your ways compels me to turn asunder. It's obvious to anyone that you have no grey poupon. You, sir, are an oafish cur. Pardon me, but do you have any grey poupon? You mean besides this giant bottle here?
Tiffany, you're gonna crash right into the viewers! Ah! Why do you keep looking at me weird? Do I smell bad or something?
Sometimes all you really need in life is a comfortable place to lie down. Corduroy has been the victim of false advertising. Despite what the pictures clearly promise, there is not a single naked lady in this box. Old Corduroy's sitting down. You know what that means? You dumb. Well, if that's your reasoning, we might all as well buy a pollywog for Christmas. That if my eyes were my feet, I'd be stepping in dog shit. If you were any more retarded, you'd be the black mold in my bathroom after a stout disinfecting. About how long did it take your parents to realize that they had brought home the potted plant from the lobby of the maternity ward? Chin up, old chap. I know they'll give you a second chance to pass the Turing test. Frankly, sir, I can't tell if you're a rapscallion or a scoundrel.
Mindy and that girl can sleep in that cave, I guess, but I'm just gonna sleep on top of this gigantic cat. Oh no!
You want some of this? You sure you want a piece of this? Then I presume the disappointment at not attaining a piece of this is equally palpable. You about as tough as a ladybug serving as the coordinator for a softness symposium. Is that your face, or did I just vomit on a mirror? If you had any fewer redeeming qualities, you'd be the Monopoly game at the supermarket. If you really so great, why you don't have no torso? Your arms and legs connect directly to your neck. I am rubber while you are glue. Those matters which bounce from me then stick to you. Your mama is so insulted by my comment that you now feel hurt feelings and as though you have lost the exchange. You? And what army? I know you are, but what am I? Well, of course I remember that time we went to Tijuana. That was one of the best times we ever had together.
Meow. It sure was.
You think your bed's comfortable? I sleep on this gigantic cat.
Homework giving you trouble?
Yes, Mindy, it's conditional logic, not the sort of thing you can help with, okay?
Maybe use De Morgan's to turn the negated disjunction into a conjunction of two negated statements? Are you trapped beneath that rock?
I got crushed by a boulder. Quack.
It's okay, I've been working out. There.
Pretty in the face, but she's super thin. with my dick. My shit.
Boo, monetized song. Boo. Okay, anyway. I wish that hadn't played. Now I'm gonna have to deal with that. It's not gonna be a big deal, but I didn't think about that. Fuck. All of a sudden, I'm shifted into like boo bad TE mode. Anyway, I walked to the gas station because you'll probably find this amusing. So normally I would drive to the gas station even though it's like 3 blocks away or whatever. But my car currently, one of the headlights is out. And my dad was in the garage. And my car is in the driveway facing the garage. And I know that if I get in that car, he's gonna see, if I turn on the headlights anyway. I could have just not turned them on until I driven away, I guess. But I should have thought of that then. I didn't think of that then. But he's gonna see that one of my headlights is out. And then he's gonna say, "Oh, are you gonna get that headlight fixed?" I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, I am gonna get it fixed. I'm just not." I think you could probably lose the adjacent, it's adjacent to, or adjacent to from that sentence. This comes off as an amalgamation of various movie shows. So what you're saying, Peter Dentici, is that I am operating in the same currency as other creators? Referencing archetypes we all share in a magical NI way? Why, Peter Dentici, are you coming on to me? Are you? I mean, what that tells me actually, Peter, is your NI is not very good. Because Mindy's Klub does not come across like that. Those are they're distinct characters. Obviously, it's possible to compare to things. And the universe is becoming increasingly realized and its own. Populated by characters that are both distinct and have canon, right? Backstory and stuff that increasingly grows. So, the point is, if it hits you like that, that's suggestive that your NI isn't operating like across instances very well. And I get that they're shorts, so they're going to necessarily be individual instances that have some sort of resonance with some sort of archetype, right? But if they're successful. I could make a bunch of unsuccessful ones that are completely unfamiliar or unresonant of anything. But anyway, but there's a lot more of a story going on there. There's an actual story being built up about people and these characters and their relationships and stuff, and their interactions and their habits and stuff. Then, and if you're not picking up on those NI level things, it's indicative of not very good NI, I would guess. The film Movie 43 came to mind. No, I read your position, Peter. I read it. This comes up as an amalgamation of various movies and shows. I read it. No, I'm not going to click your links. I don't want to. You wasted my time with so many terrible links that I no longer have any faith in your links. Peter and Gigi just loves coming in here and stirring up some sauciness. You know, it's like I came back here. You know what I was going to come in here and say? This is a crazy thing. At the end, right when I was turning onto my block, this is where I was in my head. Because, of course, what am I doing the whole time I'm walking? Mostly I'm thinking about what I'm... Well, some of the time I'm thinking... I'm making of Tiffany doing this or that or the other thing. But then sometimes I'm thinking about what I'm going to say when I get back. And I was thinking, oh, I really never finished that orchid thing. I want to finish the point of that. The point of that is what ends up happening is you end up being able to seven instead of three. You end up being able to 7 instead of 3. So it's like, if you're a perfectly cared for orchid ENTP, thriving optimally because of environmental reasons, no thanks to you, then that means that on more frequent occasions, will I exercise more care because I do care, rather than less care because it doesn't meet this criterion, right? Which is your basic priority with, or your basic attentional habit with 7-3 is you're habitually valuing feelings, but you're valuing a very like hand-picked, personalized chunk of feelings. For me, in first slot FE, and then that allows you to basically be blind to the rest of it. But you're a better person if you incorporate all your absolute values as absolute values. And that means I'm maximally happy when I'm ideating the truth in ways that are happiness inducing and don't hurt people because I care. That's Mindy's Club. Talking with famous people increasingly is doing the harder part of that, which is to care when it makes everything more complicated. Because in situations where there's not a consensus or an expectation, there's not a reasonable expectation on my part, or a good expectation to make in terms of likely to be fulfilled, that the person who's being adversarial is the problem. So around here, it is never the case that we can assume that. And we shouldn't assume that. It would be a disaster if we acted like that around here. The person who's being adversarial is not the problem here, because this is a discursive environment. It requires adversarial dynamics in order to do some work, and sometimes that spills over into, I should say, adversarial approaches. But it's a necessary component of this community. Nobody gets to be critiqued around here for being negative. Everybody gets to be critiqued about here for anything, and nobody gets to ultimately lose an argument because they're being negative. Nobody gets silenced around here just because they're negative. That's not necessarily true on Mindy's Club. I don't want to hear your shit. I don't want to see your thumbs down. I don't want to hear your dismissive comments. I don't want to hear your little bit of hatiness or whatever. And I will just... I'm not me when I'm at Mindy's Club. I'm Mindy. And Mindy doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't care about this. All these, like, well, why would I let them shit in my soup? Is Mindy's attitude. Well, see, no, but Peter didn't teach you. Boy, it's really sad to hear you say that. You said, make sure you apply all these words to yourselves as well. Because it means you've really not listened to me. I'm saying, when a person is maximally enabled, they have more potential to be that idealized version of self a little bit more frequently. And it's a good thing to try to maximize the frequency of that. Now, listen to what you said. Make sure you apply all these words to yourself as well. They don't apply to anybody else. This isn't the same thing as me saying, we ought to use this, This is a different kind of thing I'm saying. I'm not saying, you, Peter didn't teach you ought to, which I was saying when I was talking about operational definitions. I was saying that. Peter didn't teach you ought to, What I'm saying now is a description of how individuals can be less reflexively their limited self and be enabled by circumstance primarily to express more optimally. Now, and these are the tricky kind of moments, because I do care, and yet I wonder if I'm caring about myself enough. Because I'm pretty sure, from what I can tell, nothing seems to stick. Like, I've explained these things so many times, and you still not get the difference between a prescriptive, you ought to, and a descriptive, it appears to be like this. Statement is just, I don't know what to do about it. It's like, how is it? It's not. This is not a typology thing, right? I mean, how can I communicate with you at all if no matter what I say, you never seem to apply it to anything? Are you listening to me at all? I'm not talking about that. Peter and Teachy? Oh my god. Dude. What was I just talking about? Why did you not listen to me? Like, I mean, seriously. It's astonishing. I find it hard to believe you're doing it purposefully. But I've never encountered quite anything like it. What I said was, about this statement, make sure you apply these words to yourself as well, even though they're not the kind of words that apply to people like that. I'm describing things, not prescribing things. Being adversarial and coming up as such are very different, and oftentimes the presentation is conflated as an actual thing. Your Mindy's Club comment with nothing being a thumbs down. Okay, well, then it was just Bat and I. My understanding is that you're engaging in transference when you assume that I'm trying to be adversarial. I don't assume that. This is what I'm saying. I just said, I've never encountered anything quite like this. It's like, I say things, and I say things like, you don't appear to be listening to me at all. But I don't think you're trying to not do this. And then you demo it immediately. And you say, my understanding is that you're engaging in transference when you assume I'm trying to be adversarial. When I just said, I literally probably that comment there is the response to what I said, right? And it ignores completely, exactly everything I said. How do I talk to you? When I say a sentence, I don't think you're trying to be adversarial, and you conclude that I said that I'm assuming you're trying to be adversarial, there is a serious listening problem on your end. Because you're experiencing what I said is the exact opposite of what I said is not normal. And it's not a typology thing, right? It's weird. Like I said, I've never encountered anything quite like it. I mean, I'm confused too. I'm confused all the time because how is it possible that I say, no, there's something weird. I don't think this is you just being adversarial. There's something weird going on here, right? Because you don't seem to hear anything I say. And then you go, you assume I'm trying to be adversarial. Case in point. It's because we are speaking on a few things at the same time. True. That's okay. That's potentially a useful thing to say. It may be the case that we're answering different aspects of things that we're saying, except at no point did I say anything that would have suggested to you that I was operating from an assumption that you were trying to be adversarial. That I can recall, unless you can recall something specific I said that indicated that. I mean, I may have indicated you were being adversarial, but that's the point. I don't think you're trying to be. Because if you were trying to be, you do it better. You're just like the Monty Python argument clinic. Well, I, Eric, think A is B. No, it's not. The Peter didn't teach you. Okay, well then, B is C. No, it's not. Okay, A is C? No, it's not. Is there anything I can say that you won't disagree with? I don't disagree with everything you say. I am currently wearing an orange shirt. You're not wearing a black shirt. Testing, Peter didn't teach you. Testing reception. Input data. Those are paper towels. Those aren't paper turtles. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. You always put me in a bad mood because you're so determined not to listen to me. By determined, I mean, I determine consistently that you don't listen to me. I guess the question of why is really not relevant. I need to just take ownership of the fact that I'm letting you annoy me too much. I don't know why I am. You have a magical power of some kind. You're not a bad guy. I don't dislike you. I don't think you're evil. I should be nicer to you. I'm not sure why I'm not. Because even though I don't dislike you, and I wish you well in general, and don't think you're evil or bad, and while I may call you it often, I don't actually think you're stupid. I'm not sure what to make of your intuition. It's sometimes, I don't know what to make of it. It looks different times. But somehow you manage to, somehow I choose to be very reactive to you. Huh. Well, maybe I should not do that then. That's a good idea. I'm going to try not doing that instead of doing that. Maybe that'll be better. I don't know if it looks much like it, but this is actually me caring as best I can, you know? Trying to. I don't want to. My interactions with you, when they make me feel bad, the kind I don't like is when I feel bad because I've been too harsh. I don't mind so much the kind where you annoy me, right? Like, you annoy me, I get mad, whatever. It's just every second of every day that I'm not laughing. It's totally not, but let's just pretend. It's totally not at all. Actually, I'm rarely annoyed by things. But, no, that's not true. I'm frequently annoyed by little things. I'm like, God, why won't you not close? Just close already. Like if some container's lid's not snapping on or something. Like that kind of shit. I yell at objects, you know. I definitely do. You need to stop being such a physical object. I hate you. I bang my toe into you. Stupid ottoman. Why do you have such sharp edges? Well, it is true, Boba Fett, that I have not constructed my mandatory updated post-COVID-19 spiritual chrysalis. It's true. They, you know, the Enlightenment Board of Bureaucracies of Enlightenments designated that in post-COVID-19, everybody needed to basically get a spiritual chrysalis reset. I mean, it's these regulators are creepers like cancer. It used to be once you were enlightened, it was permanent. Then it was, you had to be grandfathered in to be permanent. Then even those grandfathered in got switched to 30 years. Now we have to recrystallize, technically every 7 years. But it was just like 3 years ago that we went through this. And so because of COVID-19, now I got to do it again. And it's not even clear if it's going to reset to the 7 year thing again, or am I going to have to do it again in 4 years? I mean, that's a lot of mulberry leaves to chew. And those things knock your teeth out, as you can see, over time. Becoming enlightened, it involves a lot of chewing, and depending on your teeth, some people's teeth can handle the rigors of enlightenment, others are a little more brittle. As one of the directors, okay, one of three, the triumvirate, one of the directors of the board of Enlightenment Certifiers, it is true that I have unique insight and special access to some of the rules and protocols of the Enlightenment Board. But I am absolutely above reproach. I avoid even the appearance of a contradiction, of a conflict of interest. So, you know, I make sure you will not see me advertising any fly-by-night supposedly chrysalis speeding up chemicals and stuff. A lot of people try to do this. They say, I can help you bypass the real spiritual work of chewing your own mulberry leaves and spinning your own butt silk and making it into your own spiritual chrysalis we'll just hop you up on these Benadryl pills and shoot you full of steroids and then, no. That's not real enlightenment. That's asterisk enlightenment. Well, Fed, I'm doing 2 jobs here. I'm trying to do the best I can for the Enlightenment Board and all the peoples of the world, of course. But I'm also trying to do a good job of being a mentor to my fellow members of the Triumvirate. It's called that because for me, it's aspirational for them. That someday they'll get this enlightened. And that if I treat them as though they already are, collegially, this is kind of a tricky Zen koan that'll trigger them to realize, oh my God, now I actually am more enlightened. And then they start floating around like this. Because that's one of the things that happens with enlightenment. Is you stop being able to be still. It's kind of like weightless. Whoa, whoa. I'm feeling increasingly weightless. I think I'm going to start levitating. Whoa. gotta be careful if you get too enlightened and you float up into the sky. And should that happen while you're, say, I don't know, at Benelli Park, you are at serious risk of being hit by a low and slow flying airplane. I have to read you guys. This hilarious Whippets box. Okay. Let me. Peter and TG. That makes me feel worse. Hey, Eric. You've not been unredeemably toxic like many others in my life. Thanks. Sorry, thanks. What's like, we need a word that's a combination of sorry and thanks. Thanks. Or Thanari. Thanari, I think, is probably best. Thanari. Anyway, you probably wonder, if I were gonna make sure I'm purchasing the right product, and I were to identify which must be the right product by understanding and learning valuable information from what it says on the box, well, let's see if this box and its paragraph provide us any good information, useful information. Let's find out. We only use certified N2O by KRISS, Career Research Institute of Standards and Science, which is the highest quality. 100% lightweight aluminum cartridge available on the market. Our premium grade N2O is used as a propellant for whipping by injecting gas particles into the liquid cream. As the cream is released from the can, the gas expands, and in doing so, whips the cream into a stable colloidal dispersion, allowing us to achieve our decadent foam texture. It's like the first part of it, it sounds like it's gonna be normal, right? And then all of a sudden it gets all sciencey. Wait, what? We only use the stuff that's certified by this thing, which is the highest quality, 100% aluminum, lightweight, best available on the market, normal stuff per paragraph. That's the first sentence, one sentence, right? And the second sentence starts normal. Our premium grade nitrogen is used as a propellant for whipping by injecting gas particles into the liquid cream. Okay, yes. Okay. As the cream is released from the can, the gas expands. And in doing so, whips the cream into a stable colloidal dispersion. Oh, okay. And then take credit for the creaminess of your whipped cream by saying it's this thing they just said that allows us to achieve our decadent foam texture. Nothing in this box has any decadent foam texture, okay? Nothing at all. This box is even more of a lie than the Naked Ladies box. It doesn't have any naked ladies in it. You know, it's like I hate that I have to know that people suffer in the world. I hate that I have to know that a lot of people suffer a raw deal, and that at least I got plenty of chances with Peter than TG. You know, he's around a lot, so at least I can apologize, and then like, but what? How is that healthy? Like, sorry I beat you up again. Sorry I beat you up again. Oh my God! Look, seriously, this time I really am sorry. I mean, what? Hello, what's going on there then? So I don't know what to do about it. What's wrong with Eric? Is something broken? He can't seem to find his way back from Jersey City to Hoboken, and his subway token ways are no longer of the days of yore. I bet you'd find it funny odd that one of the most common statements I say is life's hard enough, why make it harder? No, I mean, to me, that I read that statement as Eric, people struggle, people suffer, care, you know. But I don't like to. Caring hurts. There were my cigarettes. I had cigarettes the whole time. Fucking, can you believe that? Can you believe that? I had cigarettes the whole time. They were under my pillow right here. Yeah, but the thing is, I've never pretended I don't have one. I've not paid attention to it when I ought to have on occasions and gotten burned as anybody does with their puller, right? I've never pretended like I don't have a heart. I've never thought of myself as heartless at all. I've always known known myself as sensitive, you know, like in the sensitive way of I'm sensitive, but I'm not sensitive about you. So the other weird thing though is I'm sensitive, but you probably can't make me feel sensitive, and you're sensitive, and I probably can make you feel sensitive. So, you know, and then there's this additional thing of, and for my whole life I've not been aware of that, or even thought about it at all. It's like then talking to Jen today, it's striking how desperate the need for a map of some people, and how absent the need of a map for some people. In fact, there are definitely plenty of people out there who not only don't need a map, but are antagonistic towards them. But I definitely do, and other HPs do. I can assure you of that. We make the most of anybody out of good and I things. Assume when we don't get hatery, but we hate ourselves so much that we probably don't. There's not an HP in existence who can't find their way back to self-loathing. Yeah, I burned out quick there. Well, it's like that fucking Boji cartoon. That Boji cartoon is like a Seroquel. Knocks you straight on your ass to bed time because you feel like there's been a huge thunderstorm inside of you and the air's all clean and stuff now, but you need to go to sleep. Well, thanks, Peter. I appreciate you caring enough to tell me to stop caring. Now that's fantastic. I genuinely appreciate that Peter and Teachy cares enough about me to tell me to stop caring. That is so sweet of you. You're just as likely to bring about emotional moisture in me as I could with you. Well, we could bring out moisture, I'm sure. You don't normally bring out moisture in me, right? You normally bring out the cold, dry fist of righteous correcting. Be careful, or you're not only getting butt-fisted, you're getting butt-fisted with the cold, righteous fist of correction. The cold, dry, righteous fist. What makes it dry? It's not that it's not water. It's that it hasn't been wetted by water. It's very critically important, Peter and TG, that when you use words, you use them exactly like I tell you to. I know. I get it, okay? Eric, you are a ridiculous, ridiculous thing. You need to stop being so ridiculous and being so, like, finger waggy at people. Why do you do that? Nobody likes that. Mommy, I'm having trouble making friends. Maybe you should stop screaming at them that they're wrong. But I don't like the fact that they're wrong. Well, just let them be wrong, Eric. Just let them be wrong. It's so stinky. I know it's stinky, but just let them be wrong. Who cares? You don't have to care about whether they're right or wrong. I do care, though. I hate their wrong words so much. They're so unpleasant to look at and so wrong. I know, big guy. I know. There. Shh. Shh. Hush, little angel. It's gonna be okay. Okay. Then what should I do then? You don't need to do anything. But they're still wrong, and I know that they're still wrong, and I could correct them. Yeah, well, But you don't want to correct them. I know what I'm thinking, but they're wrong. I know, but you hate that. You want to have fun. I know, but I can't because I'm trying because it's wrong. So much is wrong. And they think they're right. I know, big guy. It annoys me too. But instead, let's make jokes. What do you say? Want to make some funny jokes? Yeah. Oh, I feel funny right now. It's okay. We'll start easy. We'll start with some serious jokes, okay? Some not funny jokes. Is that what you promise? Yes, I promise. We'll start with some not funny jokes. Okay, ready? Knock, knock. Who's there? Bacon. Bacon who? Bacon is something you can put on a sandwich. You know, T.I. is the same as F.I., right? It's just the difference is T.I. is crying because you're wrong. F.I. is crying because you're wrong. That's the best way to put it. T.I. is crying because you're wrong, and F.I. is crying because you're wrong. But Argentina is crying for a different reason. And they're crying despite having been told explicitly not to. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Your tears are poison gases. They'll kill our children and salt our fields. They will destroy us, your awful tears. So I would say you've displayed a good amount of progress in regard to the meow that I often try to make note of. You're trying to make note of a meow? I'm supposed to be notified whenever anybody tries to take note of a meow because I'm on the note-taking notification board of taking note regulating. So you really should notify me of that before you take note of it. Just take note of this now. I'm notifying. Well, let me notify you first. You're about to be instructed to take note of something. Please take note of the fact that in the future you need to notify me that you're about to take note of something, and then I can put in the proper paperwork for you. Because right now you are wildly out of compliance with code. Wildly. Like that famous American entertainer, Wild Bill Hickok, who traveled around the country shooting Indians for people's laughter and joy. Wait, was that what that show was? No, that was Wild Bill Cody. Different Cody. Different Wild Bill. Wild Bill Hickok did what? Traveling the country by train. A festive and gay atmosphere enveloped the coach. Out front, Wild Bill Hickok would stand at the front of the train and shoot Indians as they sped by. The crowd would laugh and cheer as Indians fell and their families rushed sobbing to hold their dying loved one in their arms. That's the story of Wild Bill Hickok. As you're returning, I suggest you write autobiography in a decease or two. And it just... Well, I'm glad to know I'm going to have at least 2 deaths. That means the first one won't stick, which is good. Or at least that there's a possibility that the first one won't stick. I'm assuming the first one's not going to stick. If the Grim Reaper successfully gets me on his first attempt, I mean, I guess it's just not really that hard to take me by surprise. All you gotta do is sneak up on me while I'm making a Mindy short. So, but I'm assuming that, see, you're supposed to get an opportunity to chat with Death a bit and maybe talk him into something before he takes you away. I'm assuming I'll be able to handle that moment when it arises. But my concern is there like a green light that goes on or something that says now is the time to make your little speech, or am I going to have to read the FE of the situation? Because he obviously has a lot more experiential knowledge of what the FE protocols of collecting dead souls are than I do. So it puts him at a structural advantage there. Or I guess you might say an implicit advantage due to his job and my lack of experience in a similar field, which makes it difficult to operate adversarial on an even playing field, you know. But I think I'm going to challenge him to a game of Dong Woggle. If you've never played Dong Woggle, it's when two men take turns squatting each other, trying to swing their dong such that it lands with the pee hole directly on the tip of the nose and doesn't move. It's basically like a gymnastics landing, okay? Now, to play Dong Woggle properly, of course, you need a panel of 5 judges, each of whom are deeply familiarized with the very complex judging criteria book that's updated and issued every year by the International Dong Woggle Association, or IDWA. So this IDWA handbook is what we call the Bible of Dong Woggle, and we call that for good reason, because there are a lot of complicated little things that we have to account for when judging a round of Dong Woggle. Foremost is the squat. The weird thing is, the criteria as indicated in the handbook are not especially clear as to exactly the angle that the leg should be at in terms of calf to under thigh to buttocks angle to torso angle to head angle. Now, it's generally that shape that I'm just making right there, but the reason it's not specified is because it turns out that the aesthetic perfection for the individual is going to be somewhat dictated by their actual body shape. So the judges have to include a subjective element into this. And so, in other words, it doesn't matter what your body shape is, you have a platonic squat that's particular to you. We have to rely on the judges to use their NI to know what that is for you, and also for you to know that, and for those NIs to validate against each other. So it's a pretty complicated sport. Also, before the round even starts, there's a ceremonial but mandatory round of Dong Woggle where each of you pantomime going through the motions of playing it with each of the judges, so as they experience each of your dongs and each of their noses, not really, but just the pantomime of it, as a gesture of equal consideration or disinterested calculus. So, Sports Illustrated in 1999 voted it history's worst and most complicated sport. But I disagree with that assessment. So I think it's better than, like, well, I think it's better than bowling, maybe. I think it's better than croquet. Except for the dongs, you know. in terms of its game concept, it's about equivalent to croquet. I know, we're supposed to say decade. Don't NI tell me to get shit done before I die. That's really freaking depressing and awful. Hurry up and be useful to me before you die, Eric. This matters. It's important. Yeah, it's bloody important. This really matters. Now, that's no small thing. You know, in lobster populations, what we see is the redder the tail, the juicier the meat. Same with women. That's why if you are a proto-human who's hunting and gathering via a cave, being a caveman, hunter-gatherer, proto-human hybrid, you survived because you did what mattered. You checked the woman's vulva for a red sheen. And that's why I like these apples so much. Thank you. Good night. I'm Jordan Peterson. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, it's time for me to stop streaming. What is this, 3 hours? Because I think it's not a good use of time, really. I feel like making shorts or something. It's like, I gotta say, I don't know how this one's gonna turn out. Obviously, it had this big chunk of time when I just ran the shorts playlist, but because I was getting cigarettes. And it took me longer than usual because I didn't want to get in the car because then my dad would have seen one of my headlights was out and then he would have scolded me about it. Yes, I am 50 years old. Anyway. So there's going to be that big boring part, which is to say a part I'll skip over in other words, if I want to watch the Mindy short playlist, I'll watch the Mindy short playlist myself. I won't watch it like once removed, you know? So, is it this, Peter NTG? I love you, man. You want a Bud Light? I hope not. I hope that's not the end I take one. It's more like, hey, you know what? I think we're gonna be okay. Ba 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 ba. Like that at the end of the show. Pretty special moment. This was a special episode. I was arguing with that people. A very special episode. It's not that I'm going to bed, Boba Fett. It's that I want to do something. Like yesterday's live stream, when I was listening to it, I think it was yesterday's live stream, but I was listening to it today, but it was really good. There was lots of incredibly cuttable moments from my perspective at that moment when I was listening to it, which sometimes is not necessarily reliable. Sometimes I go back to it later and realize I was just in a really good mood and it's not really that good, you know. So that's possible, but I think I'm right. I think instead of that possibility, I'm right, and at this point, it's more likely that I'm right about this because I've got a lot of experience with this. That when I'm on, my good live streams are typically quite good and entertaining, and or insightful, and have multiple sections that could be cut out and used as individual videos that should, in my mind, attain success by virtue of their merit. But ultimately, it turns out that my virtue of it, is much more true when I'm applying my intuition and intention towards Mindy Club shit than it is over here. I might think that this chunk of a video is incredibly insightful and publish it and it might get 80 views. But it's much less likely that I have no idea why a Mindy's Club short doesn't hit. I'll look at it and it just doesn't pop enough. It's obvious why. It doesn't pop. Now, I can see why. I learn quick. I'm a fast learner on that shit, right? I make some mistakes aesthetically. I'm active in trying to fix those and be better, and this is fun, and I want to go. I want to ride the momentum of it, you know? Because it feels to me like the externalities are matching my internalities. In other words, it's attaining on the prime directive. It's more close in its gap between expectations and realities than here talking with famous people is for me. And that ultimately probably is the best explanation anybody can give as to why I seem to be taking my doll channel more seriously. Well, because it upholds under the prime directive better than this does. This doesn't uphold under the prime directive, except in the sense that in a resigned way. Like, I've resigned myself that quality and attention only link to a certain extent and weekly when it comes to matters that can be adjudicated either correctly or incorrectly, well or poorly. That being right is not a commodity in high demand, right? But additionally, that even being insightfully right about something hugely important, blah, 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 that it doesn't matter on some level, because it's like Rachel this morning, she doesn't, and this is not, I want to stress, this is not a tip. When I tell you these stories about Rachel, these don't represent tips of icebergs. It is not representative of a pattern, right? It's, but she said, the subject of homelessness came up, and she said, it's so sad. She said, you know, we really should do, they really should, we really need Homeless Town. And I could see, like, she was eyeing that this solution is the solution. She probably wouldn't be able to articulate all the reasons I might give for why it's the solution. But note, that's not an issue of correctness, okay? So, I'm not right or wrong about Homeless Town. I can only be right or wrong about, you know, I'm correct that the Supreme Court has ruled this. I'm correct what that means when I make claims about what that implies on a policy level in terms of practicalities for regional localities. Then I'm correct about those things I'm saying, but it's like a statement like we should have Homeless Town is not a statement I really make. Well, I mean, that's a positive moral indication, so it's not a determinate matter, so I can't really defend that claim, so I wouldn't make that claim, you know. From Rachel's perspective, this was her NI going, I hear a lot of ideas from you, Eric, but I rarely pitch them back to you. And that's a gift, right? That she hears a lot of my ideas and she only pitches back to me actively if something is worth it. She just never negates what I'm saying, like for FE reasons, basically, directly. But our intuition's in sync, so she doesn't have to say anything. I can tell immediately everything. Anyway, the point is, she does actively pitch back if it's worth it, right? Like if it deserves it, which isn't often. There's not much that hits that hard, right? So when I heard her say that, I said, "Oh my God, that is so adorably naive." Because she landed on the one thing that is the most complete in terms of it is really hard. Be very hard pressed to find any individual who wants to take on the negation if I'm affirming my federal advocacy, my advocacy of federal legislation for my homeless town proposal. I wouldn't want to touch that negation with 100 million foot pole. You got nothing to work with. You got nothing to work with argumentationally against my affirmation. And it's not because I'm right. It's because of good TE reasons. And because the nature of the question not being relevant on a right and wrong level, because the federal government already sees jurisdictional beyond their appropriate jurisdiction, so we have to operate under that frame of reference. It's the law of the land. SCOTUS defines the law of the land, you know? Well, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Mindy's Club that makes me so excited about it, is that it seems to possibly find that desperately sought little corner of where things can be both good and popular. No, I hear you. I'm aware of the audio issues with that occurs on some of the shorts. Like I was saying earlier, I learn quickly when I make aesthetic mistakes. If I care, if I know what I'm doing, right? Around here, it's hard to learn quickly from aesthetic mistakes because I'm on to the next thing that's not related to the last thing that I just did, and so it's not. There's no immediate application of the learning. Yes, it is. I will do that for sure. Okay. I won't. I should do a shirt. DIY nerd. Just put that. DIY nerd. It's pretty popular shirt idea. It's like, I know it is because it smells a little fluffy to me, and I have a tendency to ignore, dismiss fluffy things that have a lot of pop. It's why, I mean, Rachel is such a powerful force of aesthetic goodness. I just work better on a lot of kinds of things. I work better artistically from a consumer's perspective with her. A lot better. Process-wise, it's harder to work with her than it is to just work with myself, obviously. But outcome-wise, it's harder, but it's also the meta process, that namely conceptual stuff of how what I want a song to do and be, like Baby Pig Poop Face and Windy Whippets. It opens up potentialities for me to play with archetypes that link to, kind of ditzy suburban entitled couple, like super gay couple, right? They go, oh my gosh, Jacob, get over here! This bridge is absolutely so picturesque. We've got to stop here. Like those kind of people, They've got lots of disposable income, obviously, or they wouldn't be going all around taking pictures at sightful places, And they wouldn't be antiquing and on the weekends and driving nice cars and all that kind of stuff. And having their own house and stuff like that, So, I'm not one of those people, but I've sort of been one of those people for a little while during my second marriage. Because, Boba Fett, I told you. Because. It's a sad story. Why are you making me tell it again? I made a bad decision. A decision I never should have made. I should have known better. I did know better. I didn't know what I was thinking. I made the decision one day to switch out. I'm going to switch out that humbucker with this pickup I bought at a yard sale. Give it kind of a vintage sound. It's going to sound cool. Eric D. Strauss. Yeah, I'm right here. Alright, I'm ready for you. Get in my office right now. Hi, critical parent. How you doing? Nice to see you. Feeling, uncritical today? Let's stop with the joking around. That's part of the problem here. Now, you knew full well that there was no way in hell you would ever successfully be able to change a pickup on an electric guitar, didn't you? Didn't you? Yeah, okay, I guess somewhere inside of me I must have known, but what? But more excuses. More excuses. You need to stop attempting to do shit you know you can't do. But I don't know that. I think at the time I'm going to do this. And then I'm wrong, though. I don't. And then I lose all the screws, too. You lost the screws? Maybe? I can't remember if I think I'm... Why don't you take it to the shop? Have them fix it. Because I can't remember if I lost the screws. That's not a good reason. I don't know. This is hard. I don't want to talk about this. See what you did, Boba Fett? No. I bought an electric guitar pickup at a yard sale. And in the wave of enthusiasm, this cool old looking like 1950s pickup or whatever, 60s era looking old kind of handmade pickup, I decided I was going to replace one of my two humbuckers with this pickup I bought at the yard sale myself. even though I had no idea how to do it. I didn't even look it up on the internet because I'm a fucking tard. And then I disassembled my entire guitar and then stopped working on the project before I even replaced the humbucker. No, I need someone to put my guitar back together. I took it apart accidentally because I'm stupid. So that's why, okay? That's why I don't have an electric guitar, Boba Fett. That's why I don't play electric guitar. Because I rendered myself unable to. With inexcusable stupidity. So, what do you want me to say about it? I don't know. Life sucks sometimes. Sometimes you're a victim of your own cognitive function. Blind spots. I have no idea what I'm going to do later. I did not know when I began disassembling the guitar that I was going to, for whatever reason, stop after having disassembled it before I did anything. Like, did any work besides disassembling it. Look, I don't want to hear anybody tell me anything about how you can do it yourself, Eric. It's easy. I don't want to play TE. I do not want to play TE. I do not want to put it back together. I don't even want to try to put it back together. Don't tell me to try. Don't tell me how to put it back together. Don't tell me that it's possible for me to know how to put it back together. Don't tell me that I can learn how to put it back together. Don't tell me that I can figure out how to put it back together. I do not want to put it back together. It sounds like a fucking torture experience. Sounds like being tortured by a person who's causing you pain by forcing you to put a guitar back together. That's what we should have used instead of waterboarding. Tell us everything you know. I won't say anything. Alright, put this guitar back together. What? We don't have, is this an Allen wrench hole? Or, okay, fine, I'll tell you. Fuck it. I'll just tell you everything. I cannot figure this shit out, dude. I do not know. Does it require some special tool that I don't have? I can't see. I don't think I have anything that fits in this hole. I tried all my screwdrivers, and it's like, what shape is that? Is it like a? Looks like it's got like 8 sides with plus a little curve on it. Why would it be that shape? What? You know, I was like, I can't even get into any further than that. Like, wait, is that a regular screw hole or what? Why are these so small? Where's that thing I just had? Where did that go again? Oh, fuck. Did I take this whole guitar apart? That's my experience with TE. So just, I need to get my amp fixed too. But see, I don't really have any cause to play electric at the moment because I'm envisioning any real world manifestation of music by me as now manifesting as acoustic in the valley below, but with really good songs comparatively to in the valley below anyway, whose songs are, some of them are pretty good. I mean, and I guess I could have made the comparison by saying aspiring to be an acoustic thing that's as aesthetically pleasing but on an acoustic frame as Mother, but they feel more like a band than In the Valley Below, which feels more like a duet that has some like programmed percussion and stuff. I don't know if anybody's familiar with In the Valley Below. I saw them live with Mikey Mike opening for them in LA because they were Kimberly's favorite band. She wanted to go see them. And I gotta say, well, they weren't a terrible band. They were pretty good. I liked them. I don't still listen to them, but if I heard one of their songs, I'd be like, oh, cool. It kind of makes me want to listen to In the Valley Below. But anyway, the thing I'll say about that show, I had never been to a show in my life before then, or since, but that has been, the levels, the audio was done so well, I couldn't fucking believe it. It's like, it was exactly the right amount of loudness, such that it was fully loud, and yet I didn't have to put anything in my ears. My ears didn't ring afterwards. It was bassy, super thick bassy, and not muddy at all. And like rich on the mids and not gurgy at all. And bright on the tops without any at all, you know? It was amazing. Whoever was on that soundboard that night did the most amazing job of mixing a live performance and putting it out through the speakers to the audience. And it was a small venue. It was like a club, you know, like a I think it used to be like a Mexican church or something, and then it took out the pews, so it's like that kind of size, you know. It's not like a stadium or anything like that. Everybody's on one floor. There's no seating. You can walk right up to the stage. It's like that kind of setting, right? But it was perfect. I couldn't believe it. It was like, I have never. Is this how it is nowadays or something? Is what I thought. Like, 'cause I hope so. Oh my God, this is so much better than I've ever heard anything live. It's not too loud, and it's not muddy. And how is this fucker doing this? It was magic. I couldn't believe that mix. It was unbelievable. Perfect. So much so that I was like distracted by its perfection for much of the show. Just listening to how the fuck is this guy doing this? I can hear absolutely everything. It's not too loud. And it's fat, and it's like, oh my God. What's been wrong with every other mixing board at every show I've ever been to? Maybe it was a venue too, I don't know. But you know, those are industry bands. Like, so for example, Mikey Mike, he had like, the industry picked this lady to be his percussionist, who was both amazingly good and like blonde, slightly punky looking, 27, you know. He was being managed meaningfully, you know. So probably the mixing board has something to do with that as well. The fact that both those bands are industry bands and they're in LA, and so they've got access to industry resources. Well, you know, it's like if I ever get rich, I'm willing to spend some money on instruments, you know. It's like if I get rich, I don't want much, but if I had a bunch of disposable income to blow on shit, I'd get I'd spend $1,200 or so on an acoustic guitar. I'd spend $2,200 or so on an electric guitar. I'd probably spend $1,000 on mics, although I don't feel as though I desperately need them, but yeah, but you're so far away, Peter Dentigi. If I'm picking up the fact that if I lived near you, maybe I could set something up where I could pay your dad a little bit of something to do that. But you're in Santa Cruz. It's too far away from me. No, I'm not going to pack everything and ship it. No. No. You're too far away. You need to either cut out a chunk of California between Santa Cruz and LA and push the other two parts of California back together so they're closer like that, or I guess you could maybe develop some sort of wormhole technology. Would you like to do that? That'd be fine too. I mean, the thing is, I don't have any kind of, I want it made out of this kind of wood or that kind of thing or this kind of brand or this one. I need to go in there and SI the shit. I need to play a bunch of different acoustics and figure out which one I like best based on multiple factors. Because when you're talking about something like an acoustic instrument, it's kind of like a character in a role-playing game. You kind of have to decide what it's for. And whatever acoustic I'm going to get is going to need to do multi-purpose things. It's going to need to be loud and bright enough and carry enough that I can play a small venue without amplification of the guitar necessarily. I don't want a plug-inable acoustic, even though that's more convenient. I'd rather mic it myself. I don't want a sound hole mic either, but I could be tucked into that potentially if I could get one that sounded the way I wanted it to sound. I don't like the lack of room space in pickup acoustics. You know, I don't like the tone of it typically, but I'll believe it when I hear the sound hole acoustic pickup that I like the sound of. An acoustic mic per se is different than an acoustic pickup, but I'm sure you can get a lot better sounds with the acoustic hole mics, the sound hole mics, but I have no problem with that. But that's expensive, potentially. And I hate hybridization in guitars. Like, I don't want an ovation. Like, come on, pick a fucking thing. What are you? You don't believe in the whole tone wood thing? Well, I don't doubt that you could if you became really familiar with playing lots of different guitars, you could become familiarized with the fact that these these guitars that are made out of this wood consistently do have some tonal quality that's consistent among them that's absent from others. It's potentially, I can believe it. It's just, that's never going to be enough of a factor to bother for it to be meaningfully to know unless you're a guitar maker. Because as a guitar player, you're looking for a complete instrument, and there's going to be some you have to make some compromise, you know. If you want it to not have high action, then it's going to be a little less loud than if you want it to have, than if you let it have higher action. You can get the action adjusted on it, but you're going to be more subject to buzzing and stuff the lower the action is. Things like that, you know. So, and of course, you don't really want to buy a fixer-up home. You don't want to buy a guitar which is basically what you want, but the action's not really right, or and then there are deal breakers. So whatever guitar you get, the intonation's got to be perfect. But if you're spending the $1,200 range for an acoustic, you're fine there. You shouldn't have any problems, but you still have to check it because you never fucking know. Some of those things, their intonation's not perfect. The thing is, Boba Fett, is people aesthetically and musically, they learn to express dynamics either on an electric or an acoustic. I'm accustomed to manually generating my dynamics, and so the process of managing dynamics is different on an electric guitar than on an acoustic. I'm not nearly as good an electric guitar player, even though electric guitars are much easier to play. I mean, for your hand. Like, it's lots of shit you hear people do on the electric. It's easy to do on electric. That kind of shit is really, really hard to do on the acoustic. I have no problem with amplifying my acoustic guitar. I just wanted my generated dynamics to be amplified faithfully. And because I'm accustomed to generating dynamics the way I generate it, that this sort of locks me into a certain strategy of miking, you know. Or I'm forcing on myself an unnecessary new learning curve for a sort of side skill set that, you know, for example, I'm super mic and mic level aware when I'm doing vocal stuff. So if I'm recording, so I'll move myself subtly more or less close to the mic to try to even out the levels, so I have to use less compression. That's something that's happened over time because it became less of an intentional drain as I got more accustomed to it. When I first started recording, I had to be paying all of my attention to trying to do the vocal part right. It didn't have room in my attention for checking my physicality, and so I'd often end up with recordings that peaked out here and were soft here and stuff like that. I'd move my head around, but the more you do it, the more you get accustomed to operating like that. Well, unlike mics, which all have that same dynamic, guitars have two sets of those kind of dynamics, and each is unique to the instrument. So it's like playing like a left-handed guitar almost, but not that bad, obviously. But you kind of got to reteach yourself. You got to remind. I used to play in a band, and I played electric guitar. I played plenty of electric guitar. I was never as good an electric guitar player as I was an acoustic guitar player by my evaluatory standards, but I could play fancier things on the electric guitar, but it didn't necessarily make them better. Anybody can play fancier things on the electric guitar. Well, Peter didn't teach you. The kind of questions I have about audio stuff are questions that I need not an audiophile to answer, but a music producer to answer. I got a lot of those answers for those questions when I willfully went and sought out Jeremy Ficklin, who has, done the score for a feature film, right? To give me advice on EQing and stuff like that. It helped. It helped me a lot to understand things. But I had a bunch of specific questions that I needed to ask to a music producer, because, and this is part of I was thinking this analogy about this political stuff I was saying in the stream yesterday about how you're not talking about politics, you're doing mythology. I was saying that to somebody, right? Well, it's like this thing here you're doing, everybody does it all the time with politics. They're audiophiles who think they're doing music production. It is an equivalent thing. So yeah, anybody can be an expert at listening to music and hearing and blah 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 blah. But politics actually is about, okay, so where should I cut the bass to eliminate this kind of muddy sound that I got here? And I played the song for your dad, and he goes, well, what is the waveform analysis look like? And I go, well, it looks like it peaks at 2 something, but it's pretty broad at the bottom end. And I'm thinking maybe it's something a music producer is going to be able to talk about, but not really an audiophile, right? Well, politics are the same way. The way people talk about politics are like music listeners. They're telling stories about people and motivations and frames of reference and stuff like that. But statesmen, they think about politics like music producers. So, okay, those things aren't relevant to any actual political process. This is just the hot air that surrounds it. Right, well, I mean, the thing is, the point is, I don't really have a whole ton of those questions anymore because I started, I realized one big day for me was when I realized that, oh yes, there are mastering presets in the EQ for bass, drums, and guitar. That helped a lot. That was a helpful day to discover that what I didn't think existed, that I hadn't been able to find before, and therefore concluded it didn't exist. Oh, they're right there. There are presets for these. Oh my god. And then I tried them and I was like, oh, that's so helpful. That's so helpful. Guitar. Right, nothing wrong with presets. No, absolutely. I mean, they're presets for a reason. Somebody who's an expert in that thing has tinkered with it a bunch. There's no way I'm going to in my half-past, ham-fisted, EQing of this. Because the challenge is this, with EQing always. You know you're going to EQ 3 things, let's say. But you listen to it right now and you realize, okay, this needs to be EQ'd something like this. But it's got to be TE, because you EQ the first thing and then you try to reevaluate it, you're going to get the wrong conclusion because it's no longer what it originally was when you concluded it needed to be EQ'd. Like, yeah. So, it's not that complicated, true, but it's that complicated also sometimes. And, like, what I always end up having to do is this. I mix, I master, and it gets to sound pretty good, and then realize, oh, okay, the reason I'm not getting it is because there's a problem in the mix. I go back, I remix, I go to master, and it's not quite coming together. Oh, it's fucking, there's a mix issue, Eric. Can you turn this down, or turn this up, or compress that more? And I go back to the mix, and I try it again, and, it's very trial and error, because it's not just a matter of EQing, it's EQing in the mix, and then seeing how that plays out in the master and the mastering EQ, and then you have a different thing than you did when you were originally trying to figure out whether the mix was. So you see why it's complicated? Does it help to ask questions of TE and I? Yeah, it did help me a lot, but it's also true that at the end of the day, you can, at the end of the day, if you want it done right, well, it's just like that guy said in Toy Story 2. You can't rush art. You can't take those shortcuts, really. It doesn't work if you take shortcuts. So, what does that mean? Yes, it would be easier and faster for me to just noise gate this fucking track. But it's a vocals track, and I have to go through and individually deal with every S hard consonant beginning. That's like, it has a little before the meow, and I gotta make sure that those things at least are on beat in time. And I gotta move things on the note by note, word by word level. Personally, by hand. There's no way to automate it to get it right, because if you automate it, you are avoiding some of the delicacy that's required. No, Peter didn't teach you. Remember, I started off life with being completely wrong about everything. Okay? Remember that. So I started off life by thinking the way to make music is to make sure that you have something that nobody can accuse of being derivative of anything else ever in any way. So if this sounds at all catchy, familiar, hooky at all, I will immediately stomp on it and kill it. Until what I've made sounds like this. With some weird background noises and stuff. So that nobody can accuse it of being anything. So that's where I started, okay? Now, at the other end of the road is, I want this to be, I want to do this gift of melodic truth justice. And ultimately, to the extent that I'm making decisions and doing things, I'm probably just interfering with it manifesting in its purest form. And then, in that instance, yeah, you use presets unless they sound bad, right? Then you think, okay, why does it sound bad, or what makes it different? Something like that. In that instance, you go, but see, if you're at that end of the road, your vision of what it ought to sound like is clear. So you have not just one half of the thing, I'm dissatisfied with this, but the other half of it, it should sound like this. I don't have that part. When it comes to things like for the NI thing, it's like I can do that with like, what should the chorus to this be? That part I get now. I've gotten this part down, the songwriting thing. But when it comes to how should I make this song that I've written into a track, I really find it almost impossible to have a vision ahead of time, or even partway through, really, as to what the track is supposed to be as a track. Is really challenging for me compared to what the chorus is supposed to be now that I've written these parts. That's I can get that which is very gratifying, right? Like, ooh, I figured out the trick. I just gotta look over here and be really busy while listening so that I'm not trying or something. I figured out a trick or something, because I can listen to something and it's clear and it just happens, right? Because somehow I've managed to occupy my natural get my hands in everything habit and get my dirty fingers all over everything. They're fondling my scrotum or something, because that way they're not in the way, and then that's fine. There's the NI, there it is, right there, no problem. Easy to realize that when I wasn't looking, apparently I picked up this bag of NI, and it's got the answers in it, so that's convenient. I don't need to worry about where it came from, or why I have it, or how come I didn't notice myself getting it, but it's here, and so that's fine. But it's harder. It's harder to know what to ask when you don't have a vision of what it's supposed to sound like. You just know you're not happy with what it does sound like. I can solve specific problems like this sounds too muddy with EQing, but remember, EQ is still in effect, and you got to be careful. You're starting with something that's not affected at all, and it gets better or worse. You know. It's a constant. Well, Jeremy Ficklin described mixing as trying to fit 120 gallons of water into a 100-gallon tank. I thought I didn't realize until at the time, as well as I do now, what an apt analogy it is. Now I know the problem, Boba Fett, is that sheer variety and amount. I've downloaded plenty of free zip files full of hundreds of drum sounds and hundreds of MMS sounds, and the issue is, if you're an NI person, and then it makes sense, because you might know what sound you're looking for. Whereas for me, it's just more shit to go through, waiting for something to hit me. And when it starts to become a wash of 100 different fucking kick drums, I start to lose the ability to even have any concept of which is a good one. And it's hard to tell until you've got the other drums that you picked anyway. And again, you kind of end up thinking, maybe I should find a preset drum set to use here rather than picking my kicks and snares and hi-hats all separately. And amp sims do not equal drum samples. No, I know amp sims don't equal drum samples. I've got plenty of amp sim effects that I use already. There's plenty of sound things that sound in my music, like instruments other than acoustic guitar, that are nevertheless acoustic guitar. I can modulate the sound of things in myriad different ways. And I guess, it's like, if you get an external piece of equipment, like say, one of those red things that looks like a kidney that's got all those different amp settings you can put on it, and you can plug your guitar directly into it, and that way output the sound. This is for electric guitar, right? Output the sound and it comes out sounding like either it's on a Marshall stack or it sounds like it's what are those things called? I forget what it's called. But anyway, I used to have one, and I never liked it nearly as I never liked using that as much as I liked the sound of my own amp. So I just ended up recording my amp rather than using that, or I'd use that because it was easier rather than better. So, I don't know. Choice is hard. Options are complications. That's what makes Mindy's Club so appealing to me. Fewer options, fewer complications. I know what I'm doing, and I keep getting clearer about what I'm doing. And popular and good are the same thing. And a beautifully simple universe. And a beautifully simple universe, ergonomically mead into resonance with my absolute values. N-E, N-I, F-E, F-I. And allowing me to let my operational value really be operational in service of FE. In other words, obviously TI informs what I think's funny and informs the kind of jokes I make, but it's being subverted to the purposes of FE and away from its inherent nature of negating things that mean stuff, right? Like, a TI joke is the one I put up, the short I put up is going to be published on 1 a.m. on the 5th, which is, it starts as a close-up of Tiffany at the side of the lake saying, "Oh my God, I don't ever want to turn around. I'm so hungover. Something like that. I don't even want to turn around and look at this anymore. There are so many dogs out there floating on the lake, and their barks are so loud." And it pans up and shows that there are geese behind her, right? So the point is, that's a TI joke. Those aren't dogs. Not everything that wakes you up in the morning with animal noises is a dog barking, Tiffany. So the TI informs the humor, but that's all it's doing. It's being instrumental to my absolute value instead of having to take on this kind of pseudo-absolute role that it does as an operational value when I'm talking about stuff that is correct or meaningful rather than funny. Funny is much better because I don't get to be right about being funny. I have to be funny instead. And I can tell because if I'm funny, I make myself laugh, and if I'm not, I don't, and I hate it if it's attempting to be funny. Now, granted, some things are amusing and not hilarious, and I still like them because there's something appealing about them. But, and that's fine too. But the point is, I don't get to be right. Or I have to actually be appealing or actually be funny. And it is the case that there will be a true statement and a false statement that one can make about a certain thing I did. Person A says, that short was funny, Eric. Person B says, that short was not funny, Eric. One of them is correct and one is incorrect objectively. Okay? But because there's nothing operational that we can do with statements about aesthetics, that doesn't turn into an argument. We don't even bother making that claim because there's no way to substantiate it. And we end up with this, instead making a totally false claim that we can substantiate not really any better, but that claims less ground and is less likely to incite pushback from others, namely the beauties in the eye of the beholder. It's not. People who like bad stuff are wrong in their aesthetics, objectively. But that is not a statement I can win an argument about. I cannot sustain that affirmation argumentationally because of the nature of NI. I know it to be true, but I shouldn't and don't say you also should know it to be true because I can't do the work I would need to do to make that claim. Nobody can. It's not possible. It's implicit to aesthetics. So the point is that there's a beautiful unity of goodness and popularity that occurs once you eliminate as much of Eric's extroverted intuition overflow possibility as you can by constructing a medium that limits me to 15 seconds and making me operate on that small of a time scale. Like, I'm still dealing with pacing and timing issues, but instead of pacing and timing issues on a 10 to 20 minute video at that scale, it's in a 15-second video. Now Eric is capable of learning something and improving meaningfully because the scale of it is so small that there's no other way to be good except via NI. That's what it is. That's it. That's right. That's it right there. That's the answer. There's no other way to be good at those shorts except via NI. And so it forces me to be good at shit rather than correct and or effective even, or that's the point, is the effectiveness follows from the NI, not the, it's not bullshitted effectiveness like C.S. Joseph. There's no me hustling to make it sell. It can only sell itself completely or not at all. And that's it. And there's nothing for me to hide behind. If one of them is shitty, when I watch it, I'll go, ew. I'll become Tiffany. Ew. Why are you? Why are you here? Ew. As a consumer, I'm a different person than a creator, in the sense that I won't always notice a mistake I made in creating something while I'm doing it. I need often to listen to things many times before I feel as though I even know what it is that I've done. Because my SI nature and 4-slot aspect of it means more repetition required than if it were at a higher level, higher slot, I guess. And I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just rambling on about whatever. So I'm going to stop rambling on about whatever. I'm going to play a song, and then I'm going to wish you all a very fond and loving and wet adieu. Wet because it's been wetted by water is the important thing to remember there. I was doing something and I was like, oh my god, look at this gigantic orange. I saw it, I stopped here. Hey Mindy, have you seen this gigantic orange? It's like the biggest orange I've ever seen. I know, Tiffany. That truly is a big orange. I know. I could squeeze so many orange juices out of this. It's like as big as me almost. No, you're right. It's a really big orange. Tiffany, what time did you start drinking today? Oh God, I don't know. What time does the sun come up? And what are you drinking? What's in your cup there? Oh, what is this? Oh, well, it's clear. I guess it's probably gin. Oh my God! I just looked down. Downtown. I lost my clothes again. I spent so much money on clothes. Every morning I get up, I put on clothes, and it's like I go to design, and then it's like I'm naked again. Like, why am I constantly losing my clothes? Cause you're a slutty, drunken, stupid girl who failed out of college years ago. Oh my God. My name is Stephanie with an I. I comes after the T. My name is Tiffany with an I, and the I comes after the T. Ew! What is this stuff all over me? Where am I? You're on the floor, Tiffany. Whose floor is this? I got Tiffany's combination of shamelessness, entitlement, cruelty, and rampant alcoholism. Just makes me laugh. You know, it just does. It makes me laugh. I think Tiffany is hilarious. How could you not love her? She's so straightforward. She's this real straightforward girl. Kind of girl You can take it on to mom and say, so I fucked this last night. She's the kind of girl you can take over to mom and say, so I fucked this last night is a pretty good joke. Like you could fit that into some sort of comedy routine or something. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, right. Links for idiots. I titled this when I was mad at somebody. I do want to open this now. Here, for those who haven't seen it in a long time, please do enjoy the most NI representation of my life that anybody could ever possibly make, okay? Here's a link for you, everybody. This is the archetypal NI 1 minute. This is your life, Eric. No, it's a clip that I in my Google Photos because I took it from Mr. Show. It's a clip from Mr. Show with Cross, David Cross and Bob Odenkirk. But obviously I couldn't upload that to YouTube because I had bought the season on YouTube. Obviously YouTube knows its own material that is, so I put it up there so that. What am I looking for? Now I remember. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, fabulous our friends. Well, this wonderful kitty, petting time again. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's petting time. And wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! Yeah. No, not because. Don't help. You're not helping. No, hold on. I think I can help about this. What he's saying is you're a shitty drummer because you're handicapped. That's not what I'm saying! Ah! Yeah. Isn't that funny? I don't think Rachel's still awake. I'm pretty sure she's out by now. Oh, she's up. Wow. Hey, Rachel. How you doing, darling? Justin Bieber is wearing a suit big enough for 4 Justin Biebers. Well, that means it's big enough for 8 MC Hammers. Because looking at MC Hammer inside of his suits suggests to me that suits tend to hang a little loose on them. Anywho, again, either I told you I was sick or not everything is written in stone. Mine's gonna say is, okay, if you are reading this, something's gone terribly wrong. The book ended when I died. All of you secondary characters should no longer exist. So, hopefully, this isn't written here and you aren't reading it. That seems like a good thing to put on my gravestone. Here's a link I want to share with you guys as a link that you can share with people when you feel like you need to wag your finger at them, okay? I'm not directing this video to you people here. I'm saying here's a resource that you can share with somebody else when you need to wag your finger at them. It expresses a simple concept, which is this. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay and retarded. I'm just saying you need to stop being so gay and retarded. Yeah, and sometimes that's exactly what people need to hear. Look, I agree there's nothing wrong with being gay and retarded. But you need to stop being so gay and retarded. Because there may not be anything wrong with it, but it's bugging the shit out of me. I mean, Peter didn't teach you. It doesn't take NI first at all to understand that, obviously, for humor purposes, they've excised a more realistic portrayal of the modality by which people use language to push on doors that are pull doors, right? So it's they're highlighting the fact that all of these people are pushing on doors that only pull open. It is true that we can make larger meanings from the fact that those people are prone to doing that with this door for this unstated subtext. Namely that people are kind of sensitive about handicapped people, right? But what you just did there, by saying that it's a curse to know what the nuanced thing is which is causing the issue, that's not NI first, that's NI selfish run amok, right? Because the point of that, the reason it's funny, is because people foolishly think that there's something more nuanced to this than there is, right? In other words, they get confused. They see somebody with a physical handicap, and it shuts down their ability to think properly. And they can't process words right. They don't hear what they mean. All of a sudden, they're flummoxed. Or they're just naturally that way. Regardless, they've been bamboozled in some fashion into what is very black and white. The fact that some larger issue is relevant to their bamboozlement is part of the funny that helps us to recognize, oh, this is a teaching thing too. It's not just hilarious. It if I'm one of those people who's subject to making that kind of mistake, I might learn from this because I don't want to be the object of that kind of ridicule. So maybe I can take something away from this that'll help me to not make that kind of mistake. In other words, don't pretend in any way, shape, or form that it's gray, okay? Just because non-determinate things inform issues doesn't make them not non-determinate anymore. So there's no new, don't portray your pro-mud approach as nuanced, please. There's nothing nuanced about throwing mud in the pool and saying, look how murky it is. That's not nuance. That's sort of epistemological reckless endangerment. I respect your freedom to do that which is not prohibited and to be responsible for being safe yourself. You know, it's like, well, I wouldn't try to do it that way. That looks sketchy, but I'm not going to tell you not to try to do it that way, right? But that rule has limits. You're trying to drive your truck down the highway with a big fire on the back of your truck and relatively close to it, big boxes of dynamite. And so it's like, okay, I respect your right to be wrong, but you've caused like hundreds of fatalities because you keep causing all these traffic accidents. And now that you've incorporated the fire and the dynamite, I'm concerned that I just can no longer offer you the default judgment that, okay, you know what you're doing. You clearly don't know what you're doing. So at some point you force me then to step in and say, okay, look, yes, you can do that at your house. You can drive around my backyard with the truck half on fire and half full of dynamite. As long as you're isolated enough, you can do that. That's fine. I accept that you're not a very good driver and that you're going to cause a lot of accidents. But you cannot do the two things combined. Okay, so be a bad driver, fine, but don't be a bad driver and have the truck on fire and have it full of dynamite on the public highways. It's reasonable at that point to say we need to prioritize the interests of every individual over the general prioritization of individuals over the community. To call what you're attempting to reference here, to use the word nuance anywhere within 100 miles of what you're attempting to say here, is to befoul the virtue of the word. Nuance is reserved for people who are deft in their usage of something. There's nothing nuanced about saying, well, but you see, you get why that happened. Yeah, I get why that happens too. Because most people are stupid. That's the correct position and the more nuanced position because it acknowledges reality first. are you throwing mud in the pool? Oh, no, I'm not throwing mud in the pool. What do you call what you're doing? I'm nuancing it. I'm enrobing it in the fog of nuance. No, you are shoveling mud into the pool. Stop. It's like, that's the thing. It's not all just, well, you have your way and I have my way and they conflict. You're shoveling mud into everyone's pool when you're doing it in the public highways of discourse. At least you're trying to convince them to look in your muddy pool as though it were had better visibility there than in the clear pool, when definitionally it has worse. Why do you trigger me so much? How is it that Peter Ndici triggers me so much? I'm not triggerable, but here I am once again scolding Peter Ndici. How did this happen? Did you slay my dragon or clean my room when I wasn't looking? That'll usually piss me off. I gotta go. What am I still doing here? It's like this is wasting time. I am definitely wasting time right now. There's no reason for me to still be live streaming. I've got other things I want to do more and also would be more well served to do. And yet, I cannot stop talking. Well, I'm going to disprove that statement right now. After these last words, which are going to tell you goodbye. The end.